So this is a fortress called Stonewater. Stonewater is a really dumb volcano-fueled mega project. You'll see what I mean. Stonewater's a thing, shall we say. You know, I'll be honest, I still can't quite believe that it's real. That there's a release date for this video game. So we're filling this. It's a 3-stage process, and I'm not even certain that it'll fill entirely after this 3-stage process, but it might be deep enough. That, or I need to pull a lever. Again, you know what, let's actually just let's side fill instead of like, yeah, okay, the dwarves are already coming to pull that lever. So this is our mega project. This is a set of 3 towers, and each of these towers is full of well, pumps. Rolf, thanks for the 7 months and welcome back.
Hey ho, crypt for a crypt high 555.
I brought it on myself. Well, I mean, someone had to. So this is a... Did they? Yes, they did pull that lever and pop that back up. So these are a set of 3 towers, right? Around the top of each of these towers is floodgates, and inside of them are pumps. And these pumps are going to be filled with lava at the bottom of the towers and powered by a whole bunch of water pumps. And then we will be pumping lava up and through these towers into this top kind of pocket area. And then with the pull of a lever, I will be able to dump the lava onto these walkways. It's like the most over-engineered lava trap I've ever built. And we're going to finish it, hopefully today. So, the named dwarves in this fort are Acre, Snail. Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. If you want a dwarf, this is the fortress to do it because there's tons. Darren, Pablo, Time and Raph, Pharaonic, Goats, Lemond, Space Pirate, Onyx, NetJam Jr., Sanic, Animal, Bastet, Audio Coaster, Aquafunkalistic, Booty Wap, Potato King, Wendigo, Tapioke, Rolf, Rory, Spooky, and Trevor in VR. If you'd like a dwarf, now's the time to ask. And chat, come on. There's 170 of you here right now. Can I get a couple more beers? I think that 2-beer post is a wee bit insulting. Although I think the entirety of chat did just leave for the kitchen, so. No carbon crystal structure? No diamonds, no. Dwarf you? Okay, what kind of dwarf do you want? Or is it just dealer's choice? Currently rolling on dealer's choice, so you're going to land on that. Burr, the herbalist. Burr is Kerr says XVIII. I don't know what that number is, so you're gonna have to tell us. You are married. You have a husband. You're married to Hex Wrench. I don't know if Hex is lurking. You're heading to the kitchen. Well, don't legging to the kitchen, because heading to the kitchen requires the rest of your body. So, like I said, you have a husband. You have 2 kids. Neither of them are named with chat members, but you do have 2 kids. Although, is Hexwrench still alive? Yes, Hexwrench is in fact still alive. You worship Nagotal, who is a deity of the Room of Savants, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with death. So you worship the male dwarf of death. You're 82 years old, born on the 12th of Malachite in the year 172. She has a broad body, made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. She has a very round chin, and her ears are extremely narrow. Her somewhat high eyebrows are quite dense, and her long hair is braided. Her pink skin is slightly wrinkled, and her nose is slightly hooked. Her head is somewhat narrow, and her hair is pale chestnut with a touch of gray. Her eyes are gold, and her eyes have slightly thin irises. Male dwarf of death, so metal. Another faction I had previously had a skeletal owl god of death and disease, which is maybe the most metal one I've seen. Anyway, she likes Kimberlite, Rose Gold, Peridot, Bayberry Wood, Giant Wren Leather, and Giant Moose Hoof, Naff Fabric and Crossbows, and Shields and Quivers and Bins. and large gems. Giant ravens for their intelligence and the words of the wild bulb, and the sound of the berries of drumming, and the sight of the queen of dances. And when possible, she prefers to consume ocean sunfish, shad, and potato wine, and I don't know where this accent came from. And she absolutely hates fire snakes. She personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. After wearing old clothing in 247, she sees she sees family as one of the most important things in life, and believes that peace is always preferable to war. After giving birth to a boy in 252, she personally values tranquility and quiet. After becoming a parent in 252, that's mood. She finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, like most of America. Little do they know it. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is a nervous wreck after being forced to endure the decay of a spouse, and she often feels filled with joy. She is often humorous. She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and she is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and is truly naturally trustful of everybody. She is an optimist, and she is not driven, and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. I can relate. She is she has an active imagination and tries to do things correctly each time. She isn't particularly curious about the world and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she only occasionally overindulges. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She likes to take it easy and doesn't focus on material goods. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She winks during conversations and licks her lips when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. A mood, as in she needs to make an artifact? I mean, I guess. She is smelting native gold ore right now, after all. Also, does anybody else need or want a dwarf? My favorite of your forts is the goth girl fort with a bunch of metal as hell gods. Oh, you mean this one? Can't see my cursor. There it is. Threat Dweller was dark as fuck. That was like we worship the god of gelding, and it's a female muscly dwarf. Yes, that god. Yeah, the god of gelding fort. Or no, sorry, the queen of gelding. But they had many gods of death and disease. And all of their gods were ladies. You know, that was a hell of a fort. Do you have any pickiness? Aldinatium. This is true. That would, in fact, accomplish your dream. Or, alternatively, just getting really good at a craft and then crafting a masterwork. Nope. Okay. Closing my eyes and holding the up arrow for 5, 4, 3, 6, 1. You are Monom. Aldenitun? I think I spelled that right. If I missed a letter, let me know. You worship Ishal, a deity of the Rim of Savants, most often takes the form of a female cave spider, and is associated with hunting, fishing, fish, rivers, lakes, and oceans. I love that the underground creepy crawly is related to everything above ground, but I guess that could also be like underground rivers and lakes and underground oceans and underground fishing and underground hunting. I mean, cave fish exist. He feels satisfied at work, and felt satisfied at work, but was uneasy after being unable to acquire a thing for too long, and was bored after being unable to practice a martial art for too long, is 65 years old, born on the 27th of the year 189. He has a very round chin and his very long, his medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his medium-length beard is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven and his nose is slightly hooked. His slightly flattened ears are somewhat short. His hair is pale chestnut, and his skin is pale brown, and his eyes are gold. He likes pig iron, amethyst, guinea fowl bone, rammy fabric, and short swords, low boots, and dogs. And I just got added by a random Discord I'm not in anymore. That's confusing. Short swords and dogs. And I lost my line of thinking. Short swords and dogs for their loyalty, and capybara men for their graceful... What? Apparently, chat, did you know that capybara men swim gracefully? Anyway, when possible, prefers to consume yak cheese and Longland beer, and, oh, I know why. Because a Patreon sub, like, re-upped, and, made me rejoin a server I don't want to be in. I gotta change that setting. Anyway, personally... greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and respects perseverance, sees competition as wasteful and silly, and doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and that dream was realized. He finds humor in most situations and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess and prefers to be alone. He is very greedy and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He finds this troubling since he values since he values perseverance, and he is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. My eyes aren't working properly today, although that's normal. He tends to think before acting. Did it just re-invite me into the Discord server? My word. Can you stop doing that, random welcome bot? Okay, fine. I will just simply hide this Discord server and worry about it later. He often feels envious of others and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept and doesn't try to get things done perfectly and can handle stress and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And is currently storing a bag of sand in a stockpile. As gracefully as any overgrown rodent can, totally. How you doing, Krista? Good day. Did you see the good news? Glorious news, even. Grand, glorious, great news. Fantastic news. The bestest news. The news of the news. The news of the year. The most important game announcement that the vast majority of the games community will never notice or give a shit about. Dwarf Fortress is releasing on the 6th of December. Which is fucking bonkers. How do you make the game scale like that? Like this? Mouse wheel. The real superpower that I have, though, that's my actual superpower, is how do you make it go from ASCII to a tile set immediately? A magician never reveals his secrets. Although if you ask, I will tell you. Although that's a superpower that'll be very irrelevant in like a week. Literally set one tile set for full screen, one tile set for windowed mode, and then just hit the full screen button. Which I just have vanilla set to full screen. That's my superpower. So, our goal for this fort is to finish these towers and fill this thing up. If anybody else wants dwarves, let me know. Fill levers. Let's unsuspend all these. Oh god, I need more Gabbro mechanisms. I don't even know if I'm making any more right now. All right. Nope. I need to go up to you. Oh, how the heck did I make rose gold? Rock mechanisms. 300. That's add a site. Not what I want. Apparently, during my lunch break, I forgot how to read and forgot how to type. And how to play Dwarf Fortress, mostly. That's not good. All out of Gabbro. Well, I guess I gotta queue up more. Go mine some more. You're ready to be dwarf? You haven't shaved in 3 days? Give me a sec. I require to mine myself some more of this. I don't know what I'm going to end up doing with these weird squares / circles that I've been digging down here. I'll figure something out eventually. Currently, I'm just making like a weird catacomb under the fort for an undetermined reason. As for what these dwarves' wider motives for these rooms are, maybe we'll figure something out one day. Right now, it's definitely just a quarry. But I refuse to dig squares, so... Because squares are boring. Non-squares are fun. Even if it's hip to be square. I don't care. Time is in fact no longer relative. Isn't it fantastic? Time is indeed no longer relative. To the Discord minds with you. Discord something or another. You never seem to get them when creating worlds? In this world, I went into advanced world gen and cranked up the amount of volcanic activity in the world. But you have to like spot them. They're like little the whatever your trap icon is, they look like traps on the overworld, and they're bright red. So you just have to find them and then use UMKH to make sure you actually settle on them. And sometimes they're like weird random islands out in the middle of nowhere, but like once the game's done saving, because this world is huge, I've actually spent about 100 in-game years in this world. I've spent quite a bit of time in this world, over like 12 forts now. I haven't even counted in a while. I've done a lot of forts and adventurers in this world over the last like year, basically. Because I like to build a world and then just kind of live in it for a while. Just be like, yeah, I live here, and this is a world that I live in. But like right here, we're right there. That's a volcano. That's a volcano. That's a volcano. I think there's some more up here. Or not? There's a volcano. And those are the ones I was pointing at initially. Yeah, there's like 14 or something volcanoes in this world. There's another one. There. Yeah. Actually, there's 2 more up here. The Mountain Cities. Oh, that's a cool name. Mountain of Cities. No, because saves are not going to be compatible. So Long Death is not coming to Steam. But how you doing, Hellnaso, in the land of time no longer being relative? It ended in some fun. Yeah, making pump stacks for lava requires some trial and error and usually bursting some things into fire. Long Death 2? Probably never. Once I finish Long Death 1, so call me in 4 years. And yes, I'm going to finish Long Death. That is in fact a fact. I will be finishing Long Death. Although I do have to say a real quick shout out to a friend of the show, Picture Point, who did a fort called Short Death Infinity, where he just settled, but in between it was like 8 necromancer towers in a spooky biome, and I don't think he survived a year. So we made a Long Death parody that was the exact opposite. Which, you know what? I respect it. I very much respect it. Also, chat room, this continues to be my most viewed video in a day of all time. It's still getting 800 views an hour. Normally, by the time a video's been up this long, it'll be down to like 150 views an hour. Just want to say thank you. If you're one of the people that watched it, that means the world to me. It's cool. Cheers, Chess. I mean, like, I've... Actually, hold on. I need to look at this playlist. How many Dwarf Fortress news updates have I actually done? 123. So since the premium version of Dwarf Fortress was announced, I've made 123 videos. It's a lot of videos. You know what's kind of sad? Or actually, I'm going to ask you guys a question. There's something I need to figure out here. When premium releases, do I make a new playlist and just call it Dwarf Fortress News? Or do I rename that playlist to just Dwarf Fortress News? Because I think I'm going to just keep doing them kind of indefinitely. I'm just covering like blog posts and, you know, there will be other things. But do I rename the playlist? Or do I make a new playlist? New playlist? I guess the final DF news then, or DF Steam news, will be like December 31st when I do the 2022 year recap. I don't know. I'm in heavy debates just because
having a really big playlist means like, you know, more viewer retention.
But like, I don't know, man. And do I update the thumbnail to include the new logo? That's the other question. And I don't know. I'm torn. Sweet. We're constructing Gabbro mechanisms. Maybe just rename it. I think I might just do that. Because, like, traditionally, like, the... believe it or not, my most popular Dwarf Fortress news videos ever are the year in review recap videos that I've done in the past. Oddly enough, the most popular one of those is more popular than... like my Tarn Adams talk. Like one of them got like, it was like 70,000 views or something crazy. But also something else I'm going to try and do before release to anybody who's like newer here, who doesn't know that I do these. Once every 4 months, I try and get Zach or Zach and Tarn on the stream, and we sit around and we talk about Dwarf Fort for like an hour, hour and a half. There's currently a playlist of those on my YouTube channel, including 7 of them. So if you like listening, if you're like me and you like listening to Tarn talk, there's a lot of that on my YouTube channel. These kind of discussions are why they pay you the 1/60th of a cent. Who pays me 1/60th of a cent? And what sense are we talking? Are we talking taste? Smell? Hearing? Vision? Touch? What sense? Because we don't have a sense in Canada. We got rid of those. And you know what? It was for the best. We don't have pennies. Terrible joke, I know. the nonsense. Bingo. Congrats, General. You win. You're not making any sense. I would like you to know that I've made many, many, many dollars today. Dozens of dollars, in fact. Today's been pretty good. You guys have gifted a lot of subs and chucked some bits around and, you know, done various other things. So today's been pretty good. Like, no complaints. Here's the thing. Like, here, you know, you want to see how much YouTube pays me? I'll show. Obviously, it's going to be higher tomorrow because of the video that's doing really, really well. But, like, I can give you an estimate. Let's see. In October, we made 256 doll hairs. In September, we made maybe we'll do 300. I don't know. November is also like big view month, so that's 14,000 views. All right, so how much did? Where did it go? It really dropped off that much. This one, no, that's the one I'm looking. How much did I make on this one, which got like what 40,000 views? Like $50. Okay, so like that one's probably at like at least 25, 30, I'd guess. You did help. Yeah, I appreciate the help. I appreciate the financial bankroll. It's how I pay my rent. Without it, I'd be in trouble. I was going to say, like, really the only people that are paying me is Twitch chat and my YouTube members and patrons. Those are really the only people that are paying me. I've had a few people ask if I'm, like, getting paid by KitFox, and it's like, wait, what? No? I wouldn't mind, but no? Then I think I would immediately cease to be a journalist and just be a, like, some sort of corporate shill or something or another. So a professional journalist, what a corporate shill. You know, the sad part is, for some reason, streamers, like, for some reason, audiences think that streamers have more integrity than journalists, when in reality, it's 90% the opposite. So, like, so few Twitch streamers and content creators actually have any integrity. The vast majority of them are just like, money for thing? Yeah, I'll take that. Whereas if you want to be a journalist, you can't accept monies for things that you cover. Otherwise, it goes from being journalism to just being an ad. It's all humans, same bar. I'll have you know that I drink at a nicer bar than some humans. The bars I go to make craft beer and are fancy and charge you $12 for a pretzel. Yeah, I could go to the one with the $3 pretzels and the $4 beer, but I'd rather get good beer. Please direct all shield dollars to Clino for proper disposal. I mean, you should be paid for the amount of moderation work you do. Like, you're working a full-time volunteer job, and it's kind of whack. Also, I'm like checking the KitFox Discord. There seems to be a lot of new faces in there all of a sudden. I'm seeing a lot of the fancy little, like, flowers next to people's names. Also, this is a nice catch by Bag of Holding on this. Look at this. Make sure you smooth your floors before you place statues or the floor look all crappy. Or all cracky. Crappy? Cracky? You know what's something that I've always wanted to be able to do in Dwarf Fort? I've always wanted to be able to build a statue on top of a trapdoor. Because, like, there's something about, like, you know, fancy haunted mansions and shit in fantasy and like novels when they're just like, yeah, like you move the statue out of the way and there's a trap door under it and that's where the treasure's hidden, you know? It's like the Da Vinci Code and like Indiana Jones type shit. Makes me kind of sad. And then you can put it in a temple, so you have to get cursed by an evil god in adventure mode to access the treasure. How does YouTube pay your last sub dollar? What, in Canada? Okay, so if it's, like, jokes aside about pennies, if it's a digital transaction, they count pennies. If you're paying in cash, you round up or down depending on what the nearest 5 is. So we don't have physical pennies, but if you're paying with debit or credit, then it's down to the penny. But if you're paying, it only matters for cash. So if, say, it's $3.69, then it'll be $3.70, right? But if it's 61 cents, then but if you pay on debit, then it's exact, basically. Which is why some cash nuts are crazy mad about it still, because they're just like, oh no, you're ripping me off with my pennies, or my pennies you keep, you fucking give me my pennies. Like, there was a lot of instances of like people freaking out at like service employees when that became a thing, when they got rid of pennies here, because they were all just like, oh my God, my pennies. How am I supposed to penny pinch if you're fucking taking them away from me? Kind of thing. My response is, quit bitching, you little child. But, you know, some people have problems. Let's see how deep this is. How deep is your lava? Not deep enough. With international labor laws, taxes, and some of your clients. Well, fair enough. It's more of a, if you wanted to do it full-time and quit your main job, then yeah. What's a good way to deal with your dead dwarves? Smash them with something heavy or throw them in the lava. Unless you want to resurrect them, in which case, put them in front of a necromancer and scare the shit out of the necromancer. But if it's just a resurrecting zone, like the first thing I build is a garbage masher or a hell tube. Tube to lava. Whatever's quicker and easier. Or if you want to be weirdly masochistic, you could have a room that you dump them in with traps as an exit and then trap them. And then you could, I don't know, put them on your walls or something. Have, like, mascots. I don't know. Whatever floats your boat, really. Whatever your particular brand of gross, terrifying nightmare body horror is. They come back to life if you toss them in a lake. Zombies don't care about water. They do burn, however. So if you're in a resurrecting biome, they will just come back as zombies and crawl out of the water and attack you. I mean, yeah, you could also make a zombie pit and use them for defense. But it depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to use them for defense, or are you trying to dispose of them? Because if you're trying to dispose of them, lava, garbage masher, something. Also, looks like the Dwarf Fortress trailer is at almost 100,000 views, which means it's probably significantly over 100,000 views. Well, that's cool. That is pretty fucking cool, I gotta be honest. Doubles as a prisoner. I mean, the problem is like, if you have too many zombies in the zombie mosh, like, build in a way to, okay, where's these migrants? Ah, got a ranger. Hold on a second. Something quest for knowledge? Percy believes that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy. He's working hard as a waste of time. All right, well, live your life, I suppose. Can you make zombies work? Yeah, you just have to have a way of culling the population. Like, I had a pretty efficient zombie pit at one point. And what I had was I just had 2 bridges in the bottom that I would occasionally lift up and do this, and it would smash about 1/3 of them. Just to keep the population numbers down. Like, you need a way to clean it. As long as you have a effective method of cleaning the zombie pit, a zombie pit's a perfectly good defense. Either that, like, cage traps, or maybe, like, a drawbridge that drops them into lava, or garbage mashers, or weapon traps, or a very brave military and a lot of sharp weapons. But then you have to clean them up manually, so I would probably just use lava. Also, you want to be able to get the Goblin Knight out of there eventually. Reminds me of a fort where you had a dozen undead that were stuck in a waterfall near your fort, and your fort like, oh boy. Curses, thanks for the brand new subscription. Appreciate you. Need to give this dwarf a different career path, because I don't want you fishing. Chat, can I get a round of beers? You don't like zombie pits in your yard? I mean, they also tend to scare the piss out of all the dwarves, so there's that. Mastering a hold on. Dreams of mastering a skill. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Well, go run that squad. Right, yeah, my squads got completely decimated by a forgotten beast. I kind of forgot. You also dream of mastering a skill. Well, you can go run that squad. Good luck. My squads got completely decimated by a forgotten beast, and the problem is I have no metals that can be used as weapons in this fort. We have gold. That's it. I'm just looking for dwarves that dream of mastering a skill generally. Glancing to see if they're somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. You are, but I feel like that dwarf would still enjoy the job. Is an optimist and is pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. This feels strong. Oh, you want to make crafts and stuff. So let's give you stoneworking, mining, and I actually need more mechanics. So we'll give you mechanics. Mastering a skill, very impolite. Inconsiderate of property, joins the military. Sounds about right. Somehow you're daydreaming about the far future? Well, I mean, not to say to apply for a job or anything, but they did say in the roadmap that they're going to be seeking help for the Linux versions and Mac version. I've already had one person ask me how they apply for that, and I'm like, I don't know. Send them an email? Which I'm pretty sure is about all you actually need to do. Three of 7. There we go. I'm going to wait until that gets up to 6 of 7. So we'll just let that fill for a little bit. All these dwarves continue to make glass. But what directly comes to mind when you think of hard-coded mechanics that need to be redone, Alnesa? Just kind of curious. I'm actually going to deconstruct this and that. Them up. Add in some new doorways here. Having 7 doors being formed in from the Aether. Yeah. My biggest hope is that the cap of 3,000 dead thing is fixed in the next version, because I haven't actually heard anything about that. That's something I really hope is fixed. Because you guys know me, I like doing ridiculously big, long forts that tend to have a really, really high body count. And because of that, the hard cap of 3,000 dwarves kind of blows donkey nuts, and I'm not a big fan. There we go, that's much better. Less dumb shit for them to path around, the better. Let's also get rid of this little walkway here. Straighten this thing out. But I don't know, man. I'm just stoked, and I just hope people like the game. That's my biggest concern, and I bloody well hope people like the game. I just really, really hope people like the game. That's all that there really is to it. I dream of Dwarf Fortress having overwhelmingly positive reviews. I don't know if it'll be able to maintain that, but... So I don't know. Diamond, you headed to bed? Are you gonna leave that countdown running overnight? If so, I'll shout it out one more time. For those of you who don't know, there's a completely irrelevant, very silly, goofy stream, where our friend here, Diamond Destruct, is definitely gonna totally, absolutely, 100% keep this stream running 24/7 until the release of Dwarf Fortress in 4 weeks, 6 days, 14 hours, and 36 minutes, and 2 seconds. You don't think so? Oh, well. But regardless, give that channel a follow. Even if you just run it during the day. Like, come on. Now's your opportunity to get a lot of Twitch clout. I mean, come on. Who wouldn't want this opportunity? Although, were you able to find a server bandwidth option to run it? In someone's cloud somewhere. But regardless, you sleep well, Diamond. And I think I'm probably going to be streaming for at least another 6 hours. You don't know what to do with that? Probably just chit-chat with Aqua tomorrow or something. Because Aqua did offer you a server earlier. I don't know if you were paying attention at the exact moment, but Aqua did offer you space on their server to host such a glorious effort of dwarven pointlessness. Why is there a dead cat on the floor? Throw it in the lava. I actually don't know why there's a dead cat on the floor. We'll have to figure that out. Although, I think I'm going to move my garbage dump to up here. That's now my garbage dump, and they're going to throw stuff down there into the lava. into the lava pit. So I'm going to go all the way up to the top of the volcano. And go to here. We're going to get rid of it there. Although I'll probably keep that location up there for the time being. Because I'm not going to lie, I think it would be really fun to have a 24/7 Dwarf Fortress countdown timer running. Because I could raid it. I know that that would be really dumb, but there's something about that being an option for me to do theoretically if I wanted to. Which would be way too amusing. I mean, it's content of questionable quality, but it is content. Only one of these that isn't done, so... Floodgate. 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 Diorite blocks. Diorite blocks. Diorite blocks, so I don't do the fuck up that I did on the other side. We also got to remove this, remove this, remove this, and remove this. Just turn on pre-orders already. I mean, it is the natural organization of things. You know, I don't know how accurate this is, but Tarn said something about the back end of Steam. And maybe any Steam developers out there in the chat room could, like, fact check this if you want. But Tarn said that Steam doesn't let you put up a pre-order for a game unless you're a developer with an active track record for releasing games on Steam. So if I understand his statement correctly that he said to me, they can't open pre-orders because they haven't released games on Steam before. The publisher has, but the developer hasn't. So because they don't have a proven track record as a Valve a developer that publishes games on Steam via Valve, they can't actually open up pre-orders. If I understand it correctly. Which, by the way, I think is kind of amazing and rather hilarious. I hope Tarn's inbox is okay. I feel like it might be getting pummeled right now. Do you have any highlights from it, though? I think my highlight form... I think my highlight on the Steam forums is the... I give up on all games except for Dwarf Fortress. Or whatever it was. Where was it? Just let us buy it. Was it this one? Yes. Lost in any game... Lost interest in any games other than Dwarf Fortress. That's fine. Or I also like the why no release on GOG Mafia have also shown up. The Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld conversations spun back up for some reason. So, you know. 4 weeks, 6 days. Is the countdown timer still? 4 weeks, 6 days, 14 hours, 28 minutes and 56 seconds. Actually, holly golly. Not to like super duper correct you, but it is still running at current points. A community member, Diamond Destruct, has a 24/7 countdown. Hopefully it'll stay up, but I think he's going to take it offline pretty soon because he's going to bed. But there is a release date timer currently. Is there a release time? It's 1400 hours UTC. Whatever the fuck that means. I could find it in SteamDB again. Yes. Omega Loaf. What is the exact release time? Looking for the exact... For some reason, I always have a hard time spotting this. Let's say it was like at the very beginning. All of the November 1st. Yeah, this. 1400 UTC. December 6th. You know, it's funny because, like, you know, I fully understand imposter syndrome, right, Kleno? And I'm somebody who deals with a shit ton of imposter syndrome. Like, I walk into any kind of streamer-oriented event, and I just feel like, oh my god, I'm surrounded by children, and I don't understand anything that's happening. Like, I genuinely feel like an out-of-touch old man when I go to streamer-related events. I wonder if Tard feels some of that. You know what I mean? Like, do you think, like, Zach and Tard get hit with a little bit of, like, imposter syndrome? Like, I doubt they would have that problems with, like, mathematics professionals. Or Tard would have that problem with mathematics professionals. But I kind of get the feeling that in, like, the game dev world, he feels out of place. He gives off that vibe. I'll put it that way. You think everybody's... Yeah, but some people have it worse than others. Like, I have it really fucking bad. To the point where, like, I'll go to, like, a streamer event and my moderator, Stoned Hobo, acts more at home than I do. Because he's just there for the free booze and beverage, and I actually have to talk to... Free food and beverage, and I'm just there to actually talk to people. It's the same time of day as the embargo ended, so 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning. Oh boy. I mean, that might also change. Generally, games release at around 9 a.m. Pacific, I find. But it's also a day that I stream, so that'll be perfect. You'd be there front and center? Totally, but like... Yeah, it also depends on personality. Some people are way easier at pitching themselves than others. And, you know, like, Zach and Tarn have been talking about how terrible their UI is for multiple decades, right? So, I don't know. I feel like it's a very real possibility that they just have some pretty fucking bad imposter syndrome. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they could just call Valve and be like, fucking open pre-orders, you doofus. But, you know. Considering, like, they were saying that they've had meetings with Valve because of how big it, like, direct meetings with Valve because of how major a release this is. Which is funny to me for some reason. It's like, Dwarf Fortress, a major release? Aw, that's great. But yeah, it looks like the release date trailer has more than 100,000 views. I mean, it's at 98,000 publicly now, so. It makes you wonder if there's actual concerns for server stability on launch day. I don't think so. I mean, yeah, I don't think. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. But I will say this. Valve is constantly being DDoSed. To a point where I got somebody in trouble once because they told me, and I mentioned it to somebody else. So that's a thing. So we've got a Mason in a possession, getting a artifact. There's always a long pause while he regains his composure, so it takes him like days to respond. Is that what you're suggesting, or? I honestly think my favorite one was just the straight up Dwarf Fortress description for a crossbow in Borderlands was one of my favorites. It's a masterwork crossbow, all craft store ship is of the highest quality, and then a full description of it. He makes stone door. God, I wish. All I want for Christmas is an artifact door. An artifact door. An artifact door. It's a small game comparatively. I mean, like, I'm looking at Call of Duty right now and going, is Dwarf Fortress going to outsell Call of Duty Modern Warfare? I don't know. God, that would be fucking funny. But I don't know. I mean, there's 200,000 people actively playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I don't think they have to worry about server stability. I'm going to be honest. I don't think we're going to... I'm going to be blunt for a second. I don't think we're going to have 200,000 people actively playing Dwarf Fortress. Data size, that too. Yeah, also, like, the download size of, like, fucking... How many gigs is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2? I need to go look. How many gigs is it? 125 gigabytes. Yeah, I don't think Dwarf Fortress is 125 gigabytes. Must have felt that. Many must have felt that. Your streams have had more viewers every time, and I don't know that in Germany at all. More and more are coming to YouTube. It's nice to see release activities, people again. What, like people interested about like launches? I mean, like I've gotten a bunch of very big raids today, so that is largely part of it. But before I'd even hit my first raid, I was sitting at 100 concurrent viewers earlier today. And to be blunt, I normally sit at like 50 to 70. So like pretty comfortably. Like on a good day, like I'll crawl up to like 100. But generally, I by like 10 a.m. my time, I'm at like 40, 50 viewers. And by 10 a.m. my time today, I was at 100 before raids. And then I got like a 400 viewer raid from FG Squared. So got it, FG. And then Sal dropped another, what, 200 something on us? So like, yeah, I don't know. I'm very fortunate today, but it's going to be really curious to see if the directory picks up. So, yeah, no, I mean, it's really exciting to see Dwarf Fortress, like, grow like this. Something that I also wanted to shout out is also the only people that have streamed Dwarf Fortress in the past, like, few months, really, are just Dwarf Fortress streamers. And even today, like, yeah, numbers have been bigger today, but it's still mostly just been, like, me, Sal, and Eridan, and, like, the other usual suspects. Like, there hasn't really been that many new faces streaming the game yet. So we haven't even seen, like, the increased traffic of just, like, you know, the unknowing newbies who've never played or heard of Dwarf Fortress before suddenly end up watching a streamer that's streaming Dwarf. Like, all the people who, you know, just, like, watch Co-Carnage, like, when he inevitably dips into this nightmare hole. Or, like, all of the people that watch Shenry or Cringer who don't generally play or watch Dwarf Fortress suddenly being exposed to the game. That's when things are going to get explosive and exciting, because some of those people, when those streams end, are going to start poking around and going, all right, who knows what they're doing? And that's when streams like mine and Holly Golly and Sal's and people like my friend Bellinair, who hasn't streamed Dwarf Fortress in a while, admittedly, but knows what he's doing, all start playing Dwarf Fortress and it skyrockets. That's when things are going to get big and exciting. It's going to be crazy for a bit. Yep. And I'm going to be streaming very, 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 very long hours for a long time. I'm glad I get to go on a short vacation before everything goes hog wild. Ooh, you're grabbing gold? Oh, that's exciting. This is going to be an interesting artifact. It's going to be valuable. Check on my big ol' lava puddle. 3 of 7. I'm getting there. I've got so many masons in this fort. It's actually kind of nuts. I should go poke Disnoff. Disnoff has been streaming RimWorld to an audience of like 200 something, or sorry, like close to 1,500 for the past, I don't know, 3 weeks, ever since like Biotech released, whenever that released. I need to pester him because things would get very interesting very quickly. Well, I mean, that would be like Moon, but like the top RimWorld streams are all around like 1,500 to 2,000. Like the people who consistently play the game. Like, get Etalix over here. I'm sure Etalix will give this a shot. I think they will. I think they will, Hollygolly. I agree with you. I think there will be a lot of crossover. I don't know how many of them will stick with it, though. Just because it is a very different kind of game. And I think, like, if you sit down and I'm trying to imagine somebody, excuse me, building a really big kill box in, like, the way you do in RimWorld. And, like, building fortifications. And, like, lining up, like, 50 dwarves all with crossbows to shoot. I'm having a hard time imagining that. But also could kind of see it. I don't know. Well, what I would say is now is your opportunity to grow. Because now is like your last minute, like, promote yourself, Hollygolly. And Clino always yells at me when I don't do this, but like, post your streams on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit in German and be like, listen, you want Dwarf Fortress in German? I got you. Just show up and watch me. You need to be that person, and you need to make sure that people are aware of you and try and gain as much audience as you can in the next 30 days. Right? Like, there's only so much I can do because I don't attract a naturally German audience. But chat room, if you speak German, got dwarfs for you. Surface defenses and getting crushed by the gobos over their 1Z rough wall. Yeah, no, totally. Like, just fucking trolls climbing the 1Z walls made out of boulders. Looking forward to it, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious to see... like, except, you know what's sad? Is, like, I'm sitting here going, man, I can't wait to just, like, see people try and play this game like RimWorld, but the actual reality is I will be too busy streaming. Really? You've begun a mysterious construction with diorite gold bars, rough clear garnets, and gold bars. Is that really it? Oh. See, here's the thing, right, Mist Runner? Is Clino keeps telling me to post my stream. I've got 180 people here. I don't need to post my fucking stream. You guys should be. And now is the opportunity, while things blow up, to promote the shit out of yourselves as people who know how to play this game, right? And, like, I can and will be raiding people, and I will be hitting smaller channels, ideally. I mean, I'll probably hit some bigger channels as well so I go, notice me, senpai, so maybe they raid me, but, like, outside of that, I will be hitting smaller channels, too, and I'm going to be looking for names I recognize. Yeah, that too. Get on the DF streams list. Like, I don't post my stream in any of those places because I genuinely feel like I get enough audience organically because I'm lucky enough to be big enough to do that, right? But I encourage smaller people to go do that. And I don't mean that demeaningly. Like, genuinely just go do that. And besides, I get, like, enough self-promotion from my own YouTube channel, you know? I mean, just out of curiosity, how many people are in the chat right now that are here for the first time that came from my YouTube channel? Why are you suspending the linkage of floodgates? The fuck? You... Well... Peak isolation. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Also, yeah, join that KitFox Discord. You know, Clint, I'm going to do you a favor. Commands. Klano, I just made you a command. Not really, but I made you a command, which is !DF. Just type that in. I added a thing to that command. Why do they keep suspending these? Third time, but yeah, you came from there. Well, yeah, I've seen you around all day for pretty much White Dog, or at least for a good portion of the day. First time in a few years? First time in the channel in a few years, Phoenix the Fox? You know what's weird? Like, a couple weeks ago, actually, oh, wow, Jesus. Yeah, following since 2017. No kidding. Holy shit. That was, like, Planco days, dude. Been a while. God. You didn't realize now I have Twitch? Fun fact, I've been streaming actively on Twitch since 2013. By Twitch's standards, I'm really fucking old. Like, I'm really old. I've been here for 9 years. YouTube's a side hustle for me, man. This is how I make a living. That's the truth. November 17th is my 9-year Twitchversary. Although, my first actual stream on Twitch was November 14th, 2012. It's okay, not many people knew that. The funny thing for me about Twitch is, like, I could go to, like, almost any top stream and look up when their account was created and be like, my God, you child. You made your account a year and a half ago, and you have 150,000 concurrent viewers. And what do you have to say for yourself, you inexperienced, young, rich, fucking smart person? And it just makes me feel kind of dead inside. Anyway, Sodell the Mason has created a a granite coffer, and claims it as a family heirloom. I think we shall set that up in the tavern. Or maybe, actually, the Masons Guild. I think the Masons Guild can have it. Can you explain the white hair? I'm 30 and almost 30. I'm 28, and my grandmother was completely gray at 35. That's what. But actually, that's not the half of it. It's mostly all on this side, though, oddly enough. It's like I have this white streak. Although it's like all on the inside of the hair, so it doesn't like go to the middle. It's all on the inside, but... Also, I worked night shifts while so I didn't... Streaming wasn't the majority of my income until 2016, which was when I started to cut my hours back at the job that I had, but I worked full-time and streamed like 30 hours a week from basically 2013 until 2016. So basically, I worked full-time while also streaming 30 hours a week for about 3 years. This is a diorite coffer. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with gold and encircled with bands of round clear garnet, cabochons, and gold. This object is adorned with hanging rings of diorite. That is a very fancy little chest. So you know what? There it go. Be proud, Soto. Be proud. Not old, just a streamer for a long time. Yeah, this is true. But by Twitch standards, I'm old. I've streamed for and you know what's crazy is the longest period of time I've taken off of streaming in that period of, so in that basically 9 to 10 year block of time that I've actively streamed on and off, with the exception of like, so in I don't really count 2012 as when I started streaming, even though that was my first actual streams was in 2012, because I basically didn't stream for 9 months. Shit happened. I moved and then moved again and then was homeless. But I started streaming again in 2013. And there was a couple stops and starts and really got going like late 2013, early 2014, then took another 3-month break and then basically have non-stopped since then. But the longest period of time, with the exception of that 3-month break, that I've taken off of streaming was in 2020 when I was hospitalized for 2 weeks. 1 month, I know, right, Magna? How are you doing? How you do? Are you as excited as the rest of us? But yeah, the longest period of time, with the exception of that 3 months in 2013, that I've taken off of stream, or in 2014, not 2013. With the exception of that 3 months in 2014, the longest period of time I've taken off since then was 14 days when I was in hospital. Like, I don't even know what a fucking vacation is. Like, people in chat, they're just like, I'm on an 8-week vacation. I'm like, Will I play the free version or the Steam version? Take a wild guess. Hi, Audio. How are you? Uneventful day? Well, Dwarf Fortress being announced to be coming out in a month is pretty frickin' eventful, I say. But welcome back. I was working bowling. I'm going to just assume that bowling was better than work. But I hope you had fun bowling. I hope you hit many pins with many balls. You think of Trombone Champ? Well, we're going to add that to the... Isn't that a... I guess, yeah, it is a trombone. I always think of it as a trumpet in my brain. We are going to play Trombone Champ for New Year's. Because we play Getting Over It every New Year's. It's a tradition here. Actually, what day of the week is New Year's this year? Oh, sweet. It's a Saturday. Yeah, so we'll be playing Trombone Champ and Getting Over It. That'll be our New Year's game. Sure, that'll be a bit of fun. Maybe we'll throw in something else for a surprise. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. Okay, I don't know why they're suspending linkage to Floodgates. I'll be honest. I'll just let them finish the ones they can get to. Getting Over It... Oh, I read that as Getting Over It is shit. I was like, what gives you that opinion? I thought that game was art. I guess some art is pretty shitty. That game is meant to be played ironically? I think you mean unironically? Those sound like points. I don't know how scoring works in bowling, but good for you. Numbers, yay. I'm assuming higher number better, so good job on the second one. I'll get over it eventually. I haven't gotten over it yet, and we've played it every New Year's since getting over it released, and I've never actually gotten over it, so. Yes, I will in fact get over it eventually. Highly tuned art house games? Oh, absolutely. It's like, you know those those insufferable French films that just kind of never end and are just like all about the art and don't actually give a shit about telling a comprehensible story? That's like getting over it, but in film format. Also, somebody wanted to make a French art house film out of getting over it. I'd watch it. It's 300, which is like 12 strikes in a row. Okay. Do you have to shout, "This is Sparta," and then kick somebody down the lane if you do that? I hope that would give you bonus points. Did I complete a mandate, or is somebody going to prison? Okay, we're good. We completed the mandate. A bunch of British humor sketches? Yes. But that's not art house. As long as they get Bennett Foddy to narrate it. Did you ever play Ape Out Soul Shinery? Which is the game that Bennett Foddy was involved with after. He made a game for this thing, which I actually haven't played yet, but I've got a couple games on there that I need to play that I haven't gotten around to playing yet. There's like 4 of them. I need to just sit down and do it. I've been busy. And when I do play on the Playdate, I've been playing, like, games I bought off itch. Not the season games. You didn't know that Ape Out exists until just now? It literally exists to be a procedurally generated jazz album. That's the whole point of Ape Out. It's literally just a procedurally generated jazz album where you play as a monkey who's murdering everybody for some reason. Every single movement you do in that game plays a drum sound. And what's even better is I have the soundtrack on record. And it's a live album because it's a perfect playthrough of every single level. Which is about 45 minutes long. But the game is balls to the wall hard. So it takes you like... I mean, it took me like 6 hours to get through it poorly. But Mr. Shifty, I mean, same kind of like viewpoint. I never played Mr. Shifty, but if I remember Mr. Shifty correctly from when I saw footage of that game, same kind of viewpoint. But Ape Out was incredible. Like, as somebody who likes like drum jazz, Ape Out was cool as fuck. It's an excellent jazz music visualizer. Yeah, imagine Hotline Miami, but you're playing a monkey, and you go from left to right instead of like through a level. Sounds like something you need to get ASAP. I mean, I've seen it on sale for like $6. It's like $20 right now, at least here. So wait for sale. But yeah, definitely something you need to get. Ape Out's fantastic. And Mr. Shifty, the Goro Chef's Kiss. Gotcha. Also, how you doing, Burner? Those things. Thanks for the recommendation. No problemo. Oh, Ape Out was. Oh, the gore in Ape Out was Chef's Kiss. Yes, yeah, it's very good and splattery. I don't generally play games when I go to games conventions, but when I saw Ape Out at PAX, I think I played like easily 2 hours of that just on the floor. Just like I kept going back to the booth and like replaying the first level. Paint the town red. No, but this looks familiar. Oh, yeah. No, not my kind of thing, but yes, I am familiar with the existence of that video game. Have I played it? No. when it comes to painting things red, I much prefer Crimson Land. Crimson Land. No, that's a fucking video game. You know, honestly, I feel like they should re-release Crimson Land, but make it or make a sequel to Crimson Land, and it should just be like Crimson World or something, except it's like Vampire Survivors where they auto shoot. Because Crimson Land is literally like that exact format, but a twin stick shooter, where it's just like, you're Space Marine, they're bugs, shoot them. Every X number of points, you get a power up, and it combos. Any questions? It's literally just that, and it's very simple, but it's very fun. You know, I gotta say, I want to love Hotline Miami. I've always wanted to love Hotline Miami, but it makes me so fucking motion sick. Like, there was a point when around the time Hotline Miami came out where I tried to play through that whole game. And I kind of just accepted that I had to play it in 15-minute intervals, because if I played it longer than that, I would want to throw up. And it, like, just the way that camera sways, it's just... Also, if you want something that is similar to Hotline Miami, but not, obviously not quite that level, what was the name of that game? I'm like blanking on it. Oh, I know. Although this game's in early access, so. I recommend Space Bandit. It's like Hotline Miami in space, but you're like venting people out of airlocks and like throwing guns at people. And the AI is like way smarter than it has any right to be, which makes it really, 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 really fun to fight. And the music slaps, and it's like $6.69. So, I mean, it's in early access, or rather, it was in early access. I guess it's out of early access now. I didn't realize it was done. Anyway, it's a pretty short game. Like, you can beat a run of it in like 15 minutes. It is a run-based game, so it's got randomly generated levels and shit. You can beat it in like under 10 minutes. Like, a run of this game is really short. Like, it fits its price point, but it's really fucking fun. Every fucking time. Blind's good at costing people money. Whether he does it intentionally or not. I bought that game, too. They didn't even give me a press key. Like, that's just a genuine recommendation. I paid for that game. I also should play it again. I know, right, Taylor? It's a lot closer than you would have thought. But they've been releasing a lot of polished pieces recently. Yeah, no, it's good to go. We've got it. We've got a release date. We've got a release date, everybody. That and the trailer got like their release trailer is at 100,000 views. So publicly, which means it's probably like at 140,000 views actually. I mean, for those of you who haven't seen the Dwarf Fortress trailer yet, hold up. Not that like the well, maybe shouldn't be so dismissive, but assuming the vast majority of you have seen this already. It looks like a video game for normies, sort of. As somebody in the YouTube comments said once, looks like we're going from the 80s to the late 90s. It's still like a decade of improvement, okay? Let's fucking go. So fucking good. 1 minute into my video from this morning and you figured you'd hop in here first, go finish the video. Go enjoy it. I wanted to watch the trailer again. Also, I just received a DM from the Toad. So I got good news. This isn't confirmed, but I can state this out loud. November 17th, I'm assuming 3 p.m. Pacific, because that's usually what we do, is highly likely to be a Bay 12 Games interview day. There's a release date? Yeah, it's in the title of the stream. But yes, there is a release date. December 6th. Or since O2 if you're boring. Well, I mean, they started working on it in O2, but I think Dwarf Fortress had a release in 2006. But it's been in development for 20 years! Not as long as NetHack, but I digress. So yeah, we'll have Tarn at the very least on stream on the 17th probs, which is fun because that's my 9 years of streaming day. Neat. That's gonna be a fun celebration day. Oh, looks like the Future of the Fortress stuff just went up. Well, I know what I'm doing tonight. Well, there's a Q&A up on Bay 12 now. Ooh, music stuff. 15 tracks, 4 minutes, a 2, several 5+, and one is nearly 7 minutes. And 16 interludes that clock like 1 minute each, but one is almost 3. I love this answer. The 7-minute track is a reimagining of the main title / main track by Simon and Dabu. And the original music is living on in the old versions. Cool. E equals df squared. Is that the relativity equation for Dwarf Fortress and our proximity to time? I'm assuming. Booze counts as skyrocketing. Yeah, that'll be exciting. An elegant solution? I thought alcohol was a solution. But not very elegant. Okay, well, this has got up to 4. Alcohol is a question? I thought sorry was a question if you're Canadian anyway. I really need to eat some of my puppies. I'm sorry, chat. Don't hate me too much. Just enough. And kittens. I gotta do it for the frames. Although, not the elephants. The elephants are too valuable. Well, I mean, ancient alien theorists do believe that the answer is yes, so I would tend to agree that the answer should be yes. Let's make 300 lavish meals. Jump over here. Uh-oh. Lavish kitten meal. Damn right. How on earth would you reject a like masterwork quality perfect kitten stew? I mean, they don't have enough meat to really do anything else, so it better be a stew. All right, this is just gonna be green glass blocks. And then you down here. We're also gonna do that. Let's do this. Go down to there. Don't tempt me to get my vodka. It's a little shinery. You're just like, which alcoholic drink would you like? I'm sitting here going, I got a few ideas, but that seems like an unwise decision. It's usually the case. It's generally an unwise decision when the answer is vodka. Burb? You burb. Have a good BRB. Bring real beer? Yes. Well, it's not rude beer. And not rare beer? Wrong emotes? I mean... what did you try to type in? That's just kind of funny. I always forget that emote exists until people use it sometimes. You keep forgetting that your name isn't Burb here. I could call you Burb if you want. Would that fix your life, Berber? Or you could just like legally change your name on Twitch and you'd be Burb everywhere instead of just a nickname in one particular stream. Let's do that and that. Oh, the BRB caught you off guard? Oh. Well, careful, because Burr is a thing here. Crypt Burr is a very popular emote of mine. Right now, if we get besieged, shit's gonna suck. Quick, someone Crypt Burr. We'll try and get Classic up here as soon as we can. With a good November, I should be able to finish it as well. But I have to get that Steam Workshop sorted, and I've never tried anything like it before. Yeah. I kind of wish that he could just get, like... And I know I say this like you could just snap your hands and make something like this appear. I kind of wish that they could just, like, get somebody from Valve to be like, I'm a help. You know what I mean? Like, that's, like, the one thing with Dwarf Fortress where it's like, I kind of wish that they could just, like, recruit some assists. Oh, is there actually, like, a devlog too? I haven't even looked. Oh, shit. Dwarf Fortress Steam and Itch release date is November 6th. Now all the olds know. Yay! We'll try and get Classic up here as soon as we can. And with a good November, I should be able to finish it as well. But I have to get Steam Workshop sorted, and I've never tried anything like it before. Should be fun. Once Classic is up and running, we should have simultaneous releases from that point forward. Yeah. Here's a forum thread with the official announcement, trailer, and roadmap. Feel free to wishlist and follow the game over on Steam if you'd like a reminder. Sent to your inbox when the game is launched. Of course, they have the future of the fortress and what. Looking forward to recording that. That'll be fun. Why don't you just change your name to Burb? then that just seems like it would be easier. Because lazy? Literally go to Twitch, go to, like, account, type in new name, press enter. I could give you the link if you like. Too many clicks? Yeah, fair. Besides, this game should catch everybody off guard because nobody really knows what's going on in this game unless you've played it a bunch. I generally actually kind of end up seeming like a weird, like, gatekeepy weirdo because, like, I talk about this game like it's just super simple because to me it is. But, like, then I talk to people that are like, I have no idea what I'm looking at. It's like, well, I mean, that's a you problem. To play the free video game, and then you too would know what's going on. Okay, let's. Oop. Schist will do. I can drink your wine. You can drink your wine and collapse now. Have you been relieved by other volunteers? What was your final task of the day, Glenno? But yeah, no, today is definitely a wine day. Although, like, the sad thing is like, I can't drink tonight because I have to edit a Future of the Fortress video and have that up as soon as possible. Although, do you think, like, if I take 2 days to upload the Future of the Fortress video, do you think anybody will actually give a shit? Like, I'm basically, like, of the opinion that the vast majority of my YouTube audience doesn't read the Future of the Fortress posts. I played it on controller. I don't know if I'd want to play it on mouse and keyboard. Like, it feels like it's very much tuned to analog kind of game. Like, you could play it on I don't know how the mouse and keyboard controls would work, but it's very much like triggers and, like, zero controller's Massive Drift. I mean, buy it, download it, try it. If it sucks, refund it. I don't know. I mean, it played great on a controller. You have 15 active mods on the subreddit. If I can't bail, there's no hope. Oh, true. Getting Future of the Fortress and devlogs and games report up were my last self-imposed mandatory tasks. Ew. Nobody's automated that yet? Y'all should automate that. Weird. I just got a comment, an email about a comment on YouTube, and I was like, what the fuck? The comment on YouTube was on a channel that I almost never upload to, that I often forget exists. That's what happens when you have various old dead YouTube channels. Let's do this. That or just buy another controller? I mean, that would be like something you wait for Cyber Monday for, yeah? Or Black Friday, even? Like, I'm not, like, I don't like celebrating Black Friday, but if, like, there's something that I need that usually goes on sale around Black Friday, I will just wait for Black Friday. It's like, that's the day that you buy keyboard, that's the day that you buy mouse, that's the day that you know, pick up the thing that you know you're gonna need. Yeah, exactly. No matter how shitty or crappy the corporate reasoning behind it is, it's like, maybe wait till Black Friday. But, that's the soundtrack to Ape Out. Look at how fucking ripped looking that gorilla is. Like, that gorilla could be in a like Incredibles movie. Like that's fantastic. Minus the super bloody zookeeper on the ground. And the gun. But like it's phenomenal. Although I will be honest, I like to play that record as part of the stream sometimes. But chat usually kind of goes, why are we listening to a drum kit being thrown down the stairs? Because that's the kind of free jazz it sounds like. Although my favorite thing ever about that record was one of the times I played it. There was a lad in my chat named the Metal Theologian, who's actually a YouTuber who I watch, who's just a dad who talks about his record collection. That's what he does. Is he has a phone, he points the phone at himself, and he just sits there for like 30 minutes and he talks about a bunch of records. One of my favorite channels on YouTube, and he uploads maybe a couple times a month. And every now and again he'll pop into my stream and he'll just like chat, right? He's a really, really, really big jazz nut. Like he knows way too much about jazz. And I was playing that record once and he pops in and he goes, the fuck is that? That's great. And I explained to him what it was. He goes, that's amazing, but I kind of hate it. Because it's procedurally generated jazz. It's just a playable jazz album, basically. Like an art house game design. I have Celeste's B-sides on vinyl. I have a couple different soundtracks by Lena Raine on record, but I don't actually have the original Celeste one because it always has this annoying habit of selling out. I'm not a rock and metal guy, so I'm a metal head. Aesthetically, I'm a metal head. I go to metal shows, but I listen to I think my most played band of this year on Spotify is Churches. Like, I listen to everything from, like, girly pop all the way to, like Euro house to classical to jazz to death metal, black metal. Like, I ricochet around a lot. So, like, I'm an encyclopedia for metal, but I like a lot of stuff. I posted a lot of bops in metal last night, yes. Is Ultima Ratio Regum a roguelike? Yes, but it's also barely a game, considering last time I checked, there was no way to die. Except for when it crashes. That's definitely a way to die. Lurking for a bit, ping you in Discord if I need anything. I should be okay. But cheers. Thanks for the heads up. I mean, if shit comes to pull, we do have Clino around as a volunteered wind-up moderator, so. A guy at another table overheard us and got excited too. Wait, what? Hold on. Just swinging by to wish you good luck in the in getting a pre-release copy, and to tell a, in my opinion, funny story. A buddy and I were grabbing dinner at a restaurant, and he jokingly asked me if I'd done my daily Dwarf Fortress Steam page check, and I pulled out my phone to check and excitedly told my friend it was finally coming out. And a guy at another table overheard us too, and his girlfriend / wife then had to sit there and listen to us chat about it for the rest of our dinner. And as you were leaving, he thanked us for running the date night. Wow. That's fantastic. Consider that date well ruined. What kind of a fucking twat do you need to be like, you ruined my date night because you spoke about nerdy stuff in a restaurant? Oh, that's fantastic. That's significantly better than like me and my the stuff me and my friends talk about really loudly at bars. Oh, that's amazing. But cheers, and thanks for the good luck on getting a pre-release copy. I know I will get a pre-release copy. I just don't know when. Admittedly, I would love one right now so I could start prepping, but I don't think I'm gonna get one for a while. Because, you know, like, I've been rationalizing myself to this. It's like, I know that press is, like, the written press probably already have copies of Dwarf Fort, right? But they need to learn the game. I don't need to learn the game. So it makes sense why, you know, normies who don't play Dwarf Fortress would need to get copies of Dwarf Fortress early, and why experienced people who know what they're doing don't need it until a couple days before release. That makes perfect sense to me. Although, damn it, I'm jealous. Grumble. Meanwhile, Clino has it, I think. Actually, Clino, is your copy updated yet? Have you checked? Wait, really? A version of Dwarf Fort dropped and you just like walked out of a date? Wow. I'm trying to think if I ever did anything like that to my ex. I haven't had any relationships that have been committed enough since then to like actually have the ability to do that. I don't think so. I think I was always, like, smarter about planning that sort of stuff. Yeah, I don't think I've ever walked out on a date for a video game. Not even a work-related one. Humans have arrived to trade. I kind of don't care, though. We're just going to be selling them stuff. Random crafts anyway. Lamond! How did you do that twice?
Crypt jams, crypt debug, crypt jams.
What? Okay. Anyway, thanks for the 10 months X2. I don't know how you did that, but congrats. Hair up, down? I guess hair down. What's up, T2Z7? Good vibes to you, too. The hair goes wild. And now people can be like, oh my god, you have a lot of hair. It's like, yeah. How's the lava doing? 5 of 7? We're getting there. We are, in fact, getting there. Let it fill another little bit, and then we'll whoop the rest of it. And then it's just a matter of hooking the towers up, and then we have our defenses. Which I'm excited about. So baddies show up, and we pull the gold bridges up in the middle. And then green bridges. And then splat. Although, I'm going to put a food and drink stockpile in here. Minus seeds. And I'm going to put a bed in here. You think that there are less than 10 keys? What, like that have been handed out to press or that are going to, or that are going to, streamers? So the Forgotten Beast, not me. The Forgotten Beast, Natong, Nazbabmonstu, Ozo Mataz, has come. A huge one-eyed mole. It has an enormous shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its slate gray hair is long and straight. Beware its noxious secretions. All together? Ew. As in, like, there are less than 10 keys out that people have activated right now? Because that's kind of wild. Well, we have to fight it because of where it is. It's just slate hair. It's got an enormous shell. At least it's just a mole. That's not too hard to hit. I'm going to tell the dwarves to go smack it. And hope that they get there before it gets to some poor fleshy weakling dwarf. Also, by the way, in this fort, I have seen one cave dragon. So one of my goals right now is to find that fucking cave. I was gonna say, find that fucking cave dragon. Renfield, there will be a option in the settings menu to swap between ASCII. If you watched the trailer and you know how it noticed how it swapped between ASCII and graphics, you will be able to turn the ASCII on and off, and graphics on and off. Sort of like in the Halo Master Chief editions, where with a tap of a button, you could swap between original and modern graphics, except in Dwarf Fort, you swap between the alphabet and pixels. It's significantly more advanced and way cooler. All right, so my military's coming. So we've got this dwarf up front. What are you wielding, if anything? Kivish is up front, has an iron gauntlet. Well, that's good. A copper gauntlet, an iron cap, a mail shirt, and a steel warhammer and a bronze shield. All right, we're pretty good. I'm not too worried. Dwarf run forward, and let's see. The collision begins and the combat starts. The Forgotten Beast strikes at the wrestler, but the shot is blocked. The wrestler bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left rear paw with his steel warhammer, bruising the muscle, and the Forgotten Beast strikes the wrestler, but the shot is blocked. The wrestler jumps away. The Forgotten Beast misses the wrestler. The wrestler misses the Forgotten Beast. But never fear, my dwarf dear. Defenses are coming in. The Mace Lord joins the attack and bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left front paw with her named mace, I assume. The force pulls the left front leg. The fighting continues, and it seems like the Mace Lord is getting pushed back. The Forgotten Beast misses the Mace Lord, and the Forgotten Beast charges at the Mace Lord. The Mace Lord jumps away and is dodging backwards. The Mace Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg with her thing, fracturing the bone, and the Forgotten Beast misses the Mace Lord. The Forgotten Beast then strikes the Mace Lord, but the shot is blocked valiantly, once again, with their shield. The Forgotten Beast proceeds to miss once again. Not very good at aiming. A couple more hits go in. The Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body. Mace Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with her mace, and bruising the muscle and fracturing the skull. The force twists the neck. The Mace Lord then bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her mace once again. The fighting continues. I see blood on the ground. It seems like the dwarves are doing quite well, considering the Spearmaster stabbed the beast in the lower body with her steel spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the lower spine's nervous tissue. A tendon in the lower spine has been torn, and the steel spear is lodged firmly in the wound. The Mace Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right front leg with her mace, and the wrestler then strikes the Forgotten Beast in the fifth toe with her, what? The wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast in the fifth toe, right rear paw, with his bronze shield. Okay, so hit him in the fifth toe on the right rear paw. Not the wrong rear paw, the right rear paw. Just remember that. Very important. There will be a test on this, chat, so make sure you're taking notes. The Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her steel spear, and tearing the muscle and tearing the guts, and that's probably where the blood came from, and bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with, or the Mace Lord bashes them with the mace, bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. The wrestler then attacks the Forgotten Beast, but it scrambles away, and Forgotten Beast misses and misses and misses again. The fighting goes on a little longer, and it seems like the creature is dead. The final hit seems to have been the Spearmaster stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the head with her steel spear, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and tearing the brain. A tendon in the skull has been torn. So our Spearmaster here was a glorious Aban, who definitely killed the Forgotten Beast. First thing they've ever killed. Aban gets a nickname of Moldorf. Moldorf. Of course, a little bit about Moldorf. Moldorf feels vengeful when joining an existing conflict and says, I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream seems to have been realized. Actually, hold on. Basically unbreakable, unbelievably strong, and absolutely inexhaustible and extremely agile, but slow to heal. Where things can be hit in this game, like, one of the most gruesome fights I've ever seen was a dwarf bit a Cyclops in the eyeball and then proceeded to shake the Cyclops around by the eyeball. Anyway. Yes. Imagine being bit in the eye. Ugh. Altogether, that's kind of crazy. If there's only 10 keys, like, altogether, that is kind of nuts. Oh, would you look at that? A vile force of darkness has arrived. This is a really bad time for this. But could also be worse. Yes, I actually... Pretty fucking bad, man. Pretty fucking bad. All right, so what we're going to do is this. We're going to lock all the dwarves inside. So a vile force of darkness has arrived, which means we're going to be dealing with sieges. The humans are just walking in, which is great. How many are there? Not that many so far, so that's good. So far, so great. I'm going to wait a second, and I'm going to lock this door. So, Bastet, you're officially my military dwarf, and you're going to pull the gold door lever. Which, sorry, human. Wish you luck. Whee! Oh my god. Holy shit. He didn't die. Okay. You good there, buddy? You gonna... can you scramble? Nope, he's conscious. I don't know if they're able to shimmy on top of drawbridges. Huh. Standing on top of a raised drawbridge, I actually don't know. She's probably not too thrilled by this. What if I put the gold door back down? I don't think so. I think that their human is kind of dead. All right. So where am these okay, there am those goblins. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, human, but you're not gonna make it there, bud. Does he have no working limbs? I don't think they're supposed to be able to stand on that. Anyway, he's gonna get torched in a minute. These humans are gonna be real happy about me torching one of their guards. I hope they don't notice. Can't hope. But now's kind of the first unofficial test run of this thingy. The trial by fire, quite literally. Well, that's the lever I gotta pull. Sorry, human. I feel bad, but also kind of don't. Oops. Hey, they're still trading with us. Fantastic. Seems like they forgave us already. Well, that's good. All right, so lava is spreading that way. If we can make Doom with switches and drawbridges, what do you mean, Doom? So much smoke from that? Oh yeah, body's got a lot to burn. Humans are tall too. So I'm gonna show you guys something kind of funny in a second. Watch this. I'm going to not lava drain. Okay, I don't know where I put this lever. That is an important lever. I should know where this lever is. Is it up here? Lava tower, sorry. Yeah. Starting pumping. At least for the one that's connected. So that should start those pumps filling right there in the middle. Right now. No? Okay. Right now? No. Okay. Right back. Yeah. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Please work. Nobody pulled the frickin' lever yet! Bruh. Okay, so Darren is coming to pull the lever. A little far away, but he'll get there. Sweet. Okay. Returning the oh shit. So I'm gonna be pumping. So I've got good news and bad news, chat. I can't do this yet. I was gonna say the good news is this is gonna burn my own fort. The bad news is this is gonna burn my own. I can't pull this lever. We have to cancel it. Don't pull the fucking lever. Okay, so I need to add a section onto this burrow, which is right here. Yep. And I need to, well, actually, also, also up here. And I need to build this, and this, and this. Okay. Hopefully we can get all this stuff finished. But on the bright side, we are slowly trapping them all in here. Really hope that those trolls don't start toppling stuff. You know, I might just say fuck the trolls and just like right around the end of that line of around the end of that line of beak dogs, we'll just slam the thing shut, I think is what we'll do. 'Cause that should be more than enough to be able to end the siege. Let's see. You're gonna sleep? I think sleep is gonna win the fight a minute here. You have a good night, Soul Shiner. Streams will be back tomorrow, you know. Pause. Chat, we got bad news. Bastet's sleeping. Bastet, I need you to wake up and pull this lever stat. Bastet, I need you to wake up and pull that lever stat. Bastet, I really need you to wake up and pull that lever. Bastet, it's time for you to pull the fucking lever. All right. Construction's not done. Bastet, I need you to wake up and pull the lever. No, you're not. You're sleeping. See? Clearly, you're sleeping. Wake up. I need you to pull the lever, Bastet. Bastet. No, wait. I hope she hasn't been asleep for too long. Can you... Please pull the fucking lever. This is bad juju. What are the G's? Goblins, in fact. They're definitely not baby Gandalfs. Or gremlins. They are goblins, though. Bastet, can you wake the fuck up and pull the lever? The red tildes underneath are, is lava. The good news is, though, it's almost full. That's pretty sweet. Bastet, wake up and pull the fucking lever. Hopefully soon to be turned. I mean, worst case scenario, they run into the human traders, which is largely fine. I mean, I did just sacrifice one of them to the lava puddle. Bastet, wake up and pull the lever. Please. This is why I need a vampire to do this job. Someone who doesn't sleep. Chat, if you all shout wake up really loudly, maybe this dwarf will wake up. Or wake up. Why don't you put on a little makeup? No, you're not shouting. We need you to shout louder. I need this dwarf to wake up. We're going full Dora. Don't ruin the bit. Okay, there she goes. She woke up. Chat, you woke her up. No, you don't get to go anywhere. You gotta pull the lever. Gotta pull the lever. Gotta pull the lever past it. Alright, pull the fuck. Do you not have a pull the fucking lever job? You do. Operate the lever. There you go. And all is well in the world once again. Whee! 2 casualties. Perfect. And now you can go get booze, Bastet, because time doesn't matter so much. All right. Let's pull the green doors. Actually, Bastet, hold up. I'm gonna lock you back in here for a second until you pull that lever. I need you to. I need to deal with most of this siege. So can you please, if you will, there you go. So let's see where this guy ends up. This is a fantastic defensive structure. I'm gonna like just catapult them on top of the towers at some point. They're gonna land on top of the towers, and then like, oh, there's 2 of them on top. Perfect. 3 of them. 3 of them on my towers. Excellent. That's far suboptimal. All right. Well, I guess we put the military down here, don't we? I need to like cover the tops of these towers in spikes or something. Oh, actually, I don't know. I really can't do that. All right. Well, these like hopefully injured goblins are going to. Did I save any on this side? Nope. How about over here? Nope. Okay. Anyway, the rest are all just like popping down into the lava. Everything that's red is currently burning. So that worked. Narratin, thank you very much for the raid. I hope that your charity stream has been good this year. All right, well, there goes that crew. Now we just need to wait a moment. For my military to show up. Here they come. I'm sure these goblins won't be too much of a fight. Here comes 1, 2, 3. Is that all of them? Okay, just the one up there that's left. I don't really want to fight them up top on the odd chance that my dwarves go full stupid and, you know, have to fall off the edge or something. What do the goblins and trolls want? Bodies. We're on their land. We're at war with them. My faction just happens to be at war with this goblin faction, because this goblin faction is clearly the people of because their helmets are covered in an image of little flies, a finely designed image of a sunberry. This image is the symbol of a rhyming tick, a goblin civilization, a faction that was at war with us before I started even playing as this group of dwarves. Okay, looks like we did manage to chuck 1 outside of this. I think I'm going to need to put a roof on top of this is actually what I'm going to need to do in order to make it, like, impenetrable. But then they'll just get launched up, hit the roof, and then come straight back down, which will be distressing as hell. All right, so down here, my dwarves appear to have collided with the goblins, and we appear to be winning pretty single-handedly. I mean, goblins... oh, there's another one right there who's just, like, somehow standing... Wait, where the fuck are you standing? Somehow standing on top of a bridge. Well, when I lower the bridge, you're going to have a hard time. But until then, we're going to deconstruct this right here. And it seems like my dwarves can be released. So now we just need to wait for a dwarf to run all the way up here and deconstruct this. Let's do it at high priority. And then we can test the trap proper without also filling my fort up with lava. Otherwise, I will just be pumping lava into my fort. But so far, this siege has gone pretty good. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. I managed to... that's very awkward, actually. I managed to somehow get a whole bunch of goblins into this one. Well, I'm sure that we can figure out a way to get them out of there. Sure. It is going pretty good. I mean, we're not dead yet. So there's that. I mean, more than half of the siege is dead. So that's a good sign. I just need to turn on the pumps. And to do that, I need to destroy this piece of flooring and then put a wall in place. Otherwise, I will drown us all in lava. And that wouldn't be good. Or we could just wait for a really long time until it fills up enough that they start drowning. But yes, I would actually say that this is going pretty good so far. Also, can I just say that my time is no longer subjective tweet is doing about 10 times as good as I expected it to? I did not realize the thing has like 150 likes on it. What the fuck? What happened? What did I do? Jeez. I like never get any traction on Twitter, so that's incredible to me. All right, so this dwarf is knocking out that piece of flooring for us, which is kind. And now that the flooring is gone, we can replace that with boulder that's right next door. Twitter is a mystery, clearly. But I don't know, people seem to like that particular post. Which is just a screenshot of the Steam page. All right, and then once that's done, I can now go over here and we can test part of the big cool trap. And we'll see how well it works or doesn't. So wish me luck, chat. Hopefully this chat works more than it doesn't. Otherwise, I'm going to have to redesign it, and I don't want to do that. But this is my... Oh, God, there's another one on the roof? For fuck's sake. So this is going to start pumping. Pretty soon. There it goes. And it goes all the way up to there, and fills this up. And then this middle one's going to fill up. All right, see, it's filling. I'm just gonna wait until the top is full. 6 of 7. We'll give it time. And I think I'm gonna just tell my dwarves to go kill that thing on the side there, and hopefully they don't fall in. Actually, you know, cancel that. All right, so now the bottom one fills up, and then this one fills up. Once they're all full, all of the layers are full, and I got a lever that I pull, which is going to dump it out of the top and down onto this walkway, hopefully burninating the last of them on this spot. Oh, also, I was completely unaware, but this one is partially constructed. I didn't realize it was partially constructed, but this one is partially constructed. which means it's also semi-working, which will be useful. So we can actually burninate all of them. So before Bastet dies of thirst, I'm going to cancel all these and go pull the lever, Dwarf. So pull the lever. It's very important. You pull the lever, then you can be freed. And let's see how this goes. Wish me luck. Round of beers for these goblins about to burn. The beak dogs and trolls, the B's and T's respectively. And there it goes. That is my exceptionally over-designed trap. I think it's pretty fucking effective. What do you think? Fight that, goblins. I'm quite happy with that. That is like destructive as hell. No loot? No. Only valuable loot. So as you can see down on the lower level here, all the lava safe items, so all the iron and steel, remains. So only valuable loot. Not no loot, just only valuable loot. Now I can pull the lava top floodgates. And most of the siege is gone. I mean, there's still a few stuck out. Still a few in awkward places. There. Which means I'll have to go around and clean those out. But, I mean, the majority of it seems to be done. So, let's put down the green door. I love the smell of burning goblin in the morning. Oops. Seems like it was a bit too effective on this side. All right. I mean, that's fine. Seems like it was a wee bit too effective on that side. I mean, hey, we know it's working, right? Oh no! Goblin managed to get into fort. Run away, dwarves! Stab him in the face! That's not good. It was the one from up on the tower that I was kind of ignoring earlier. I'm sure they'll get to him pretty quick. The dwarves are just like, oh god, They see him on the stairway and they just back up. A little bit did. It's fine. He's splat now. All right. Now that you're splat, I feel like I should follow this dwarf. Is anybody coming to pull the lever? Is nobody coming to pull the fucking lever? Unless somebody canceled it. Are you coming to pull the lever? Or did you already pull it? Did I? No, I did unlock that door. I just want to see this goblin fall. Maybe I should turn it off now? I mean, I did. It is, well, it's still running. It's just only filling up the top now. All right, so this goblin kind of got well, that's no good. We got to fix that problem. Let's slam the green door shut there again. And pull this lever. I would say, considering this is actually my first ever test run of this thing, I would say this did pretty good. Although, I hope it doesn't jump over to that forest, because it'll probably just burn up that tiny little corner and then be done. We'll have to see. Oh no, something collapsed on the surface. That's horrible. Oh no, something collapsed on the surface. That's horrible. Oh no, something collapsed on the surface. That's horrible. It's probably a tree. Oh no, something else collapsed on the surface. That's terrible. And something else collapsed on the... This is going to keep up for a bit. I think it's going to burn out, though. Sweet. Whee! What a place for you to land! land. Man, this goblin's like won the lottery or something. My God. All right, we'll just open the red door and flatten him. What are the fucking odds, my dude? This goblin's like if this goblin like manages to dodge this drawbridge and not get face planted to death, I will be impressed. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I don't know how you're planning on getting into the fort currently, but noted. How on fire is the forest? Rather on fire. And there ain't much I can do about it. Yeah, it's just gonna kind of keep burning. Unfortunately. And some of it exposed parts of this stream, which is also not optimal. This is Aslot. It's like the lion stand-in for God in Narnia, except Lot instead of Lan. Oh, now he's flat. So he's ass flat. Okay, let's pull the gold doors and the green doors. So I'm going to tell my military to stand right here. And we're going to open this up. But I mean, you know, I'm just going to have to give them or rather, I'm just going to have to expect the burn next time. This kind of sucks, and there ain't much I can do about it. Forest fires are pretty difficult to stop unless you have a lot of water, and I do not have the water infrastructure right now to do that. It's like, I guess I could tell them to go build a pump up here and just start pumping water onto the thing, but I don't know how much that would actually do. Fortunately, I don't think it'll burn past this. Which is probably for the best. We just need those center drawbridges to be put down. But all in all, I think, considering this is literally my first ever time actually testing that trap, I think that was pretty efficient. Quite happy with it. Oh no, there's a goblin bowman killing kittens. Literally just killed a kitten. You fucking murderer. It's like, what did the goblin do? Shot a crossbow bolt and hit a blacksmith in the first finger, and then fired another crossbow, and it strikes a kitten in the right front paw, like a severed part, and it sails off in an arc. Yeah, they're reducing our future food supply. Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, oh, wow. What a shame. That's gonna jump the river, isn't it? It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna burn a lot. Yep, it jumped the creek already. All right. I might need to actually open up the init file. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress. Install 2 data in it. D in it. Is it? Control F. Collapse. Nope. Open the other one. It's in here somewhere. I think. Unless it's a different one. I think it's the other one. Interface, color, announcements, maybe? This is the Dwarf Fortress options menu. Do P. Held away. Canal damp. Ambush. Beef. Beef. Wisher injured other arrival. A lot of these I do want it to pause. I think it's cave collapse. Need to look at the instructions again for a second. Is it surface collapse or is it cave collapse? I think I'm pretty sure it's cave collapse, right? If anybody here knows, please pop up. Do both? No. Come on. No, it's their game. Fudge. Okay, so it's right there. Which means if I go up here, pause. So I just erase the P, I think. Pretty sure that's all I do. Been a long time since I made this edit. All right, well, same. Wish me luck. Hope I didn't break anything. All right, let's pop up here. Desktop, Dwarf Fortress. Nope, that's my winter mod. Dwarf Fortress. There we go. Yep. Scroll down. Boop. Let's see. Does it still pause? No, absolutely not. Okay, so it still jumps me there, but that's fine. I don't mind the recenter because I like knowing where the fires are. But there we go. That's much better. It's no longer pausing. Which means we get to witness slow doom. But that's for the best, really. All right. We literally did it live. Not only did we test my not only did we test my thing live, but we also got to do some live settings and troubleshooting. You're welcome. I hope you enjoyed that. Also, we're going to pull that lever. Just dump the floodgates. Because I need to fix that one on the left side. That should be all of them. It was orgasmic. Well, I'm glad I could provide an orgasmic experience for you. Just need one more dwarf to come over here. There you are. Down there, pull. No, not that dwarf. Okay. Are you here to do the thing I need you to do? Nope, you're gonna go fish. Well, I mean, I guess priority's right. Alright, well, stuff's still caving in. And they don't really have any reason to go any other direction. That's a brave dwarf. I'm just gonna stand next to this forest, this here forest. You know what? Fuck it. I'm actually gonna lock the doors back inside. Cause screw this. This is psychotic. Maybe I should have turned off recenter. Live and learn. And then goes the rest of it. Gotta say, that is pretty badass looking. Okay, how deep is this? This is 3 of 7. I think I can shut the lava flows off now. I don't know. I think we're pretty much good to set off the lava flows. Let me let it fill just a little bit more. You know, Dwarf, I'm not here to tell you how to live your life or anything, but, I think you should go inside. That's a very Dwarf, Fisher, you know, I admire Fisher dwarves. They are very brave, but they're also extraordinarily dumb. It's like, where are you standing? Oh, you know, like right next to what's gonna fucking kill me. Just a wall of fire. I mean, what else are you doing? Just standing next to a wall of fire. I mean, of course. Where else would you be standing? That's what somebody said, that's for sure. Oh, is that why you were asking about if Ultima Ratio Regam's a roguelike? Plano? With the thing that you just sent me in DMs? Is that why you were asking about that? Because that makes a lot of sense. I mean, like, it is, but, like, I would not describe Ultima Ratio Regum as even being, like, a playable video game, let alone a roguelike. I mean, it is a roguelike, and it is intended as a roguelike, but it is so far, like, Dwarf Fortress is a fully playable finished product that could be sold in a box on an Xbox compared to Ultima Ratio Regum. As cool as that game is, and it's fucking cool, Ultima Ratio Regum is very unfinished. Like, exceptionally unfinished. Cool as fuck project, but, like, it makes Dwarf Fortress's update schedule seem quick, concise, and feature-rich. Which sometimes it is, as some of you may know. Sometimes it's not. So, you know, it's certainly a product, I guess. Oops. Hit the wrong button. This is in 20 beta? No, we're in version 47.05? And it's technically an alpha, actually. Although maybe they'll leave alpha when they go to Steam. Who knows? Oh, you mean like it's 20 years old? 20 years in alpha? Yeah, okay, there you go. Not 20 years in beta. I'll agree with that. But it's fully playable. I mean, as psychotic as this game can be, I mean, not many games simulate forest fires as threatening as that. Yeah, damn right. It's a fucking awesome game. Oh, there goes more. I should have turned off recentering. Hey, at least it doesn't pause every time it does this now. Just let the thing burn out. Halloween was yesterday, I'll have you know. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is very far from feature complete. So yeah, I guess it'll stay alpha for a while. I also realized I have to up my sub goal. Hot damn. Let's just say a nice even 400. You do it a bit different? Are you in Mexico? Trying to think, like, where would still be celebrating Halloween? I mean, like, to give you an idea, there's some people in my building area that have been on Christmas mode for about a month already. So there's some people who just completely skipped it. Frankly, I would be totally okay with keeping Halloween around year round because that's my secret, is I'm always spooky. I mean, look at me, I live in a void. Could you say this game's similar to RimWorld? Absolutely not. No, RimWorld takes a few ideas from Dwarf Fortress, but builds a completely different game around it. Dwarf Fortress is like a very convincing, feature-rich and detailed world simulation that happens to have game modes where you can interact with that simulation. RimWorld is a tower defense management game that has some mood management and storytelling elements kind of heavily inspired by Dwarf Fortress, but the actual, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? The actual way you play the games are completely different. The goals and, like, the moment-to-moment play of the games are vastly different. So, no, I wouldn't say this game is similar to RimWorld. I will say that RimWorld took a few ideas from Dwarf Fortress and kind of made its own thing out of it, which is cool. But when you actually, like, come down to moment-to-moment gameplay, speed of the game, balancing, the way the game feels, Dwarf Fortress is a story generator and storyteller. RimWorld is a tower defense management game. Especially considering this is only half of the game that we're watching. Like, we're watching a forest fire right now, right? But this is only half of the game. The other half of the game is adventure mode, which is comparable to Kenshi. So if you're like, well, is Dwarf Fortress RimWorld? It's like, sure. There are elements of it that are similar to RimWorld. But imagine you're playing RimWorld, but you're also playing Kenshi. And also, instead of the, like, choose 10 DF features of smart design philosophy, recreate Dwarf Fortress as a death sentence. Yes, actually. Yeah, no. Pick the easiest features to recreate from Dwarf Fortress and do that. Don't recreate Dwarf Fortress. And, you know, there are many games that are similar to Dwarf Fortress, as in they use Dwarf Fortress in their marketing, which I don't like. I don't like it when games do that. Where they use it in their marketing and they say that it's inspired by, and then people who've never played Dwarf Fortress play them hoping to have a Dwarf Fortress-like experience, but the reality is you play something completely different. RimWorld is DF Light? No, because that's not totally true, because RimWorld is so fucking different from Dwarf Fortress. Like, they're just, to me, it's like comparing Civilization with StarCraft. It's like, yeah, they're both strategy games, but they're such completely different attempts at a strategy game that why are you even comparing them? You know, it's like comparing checkers and Go. I mean, Dwarf Fortress can't have aliens, just install the Long Night mod. There's several overhaul mods that make Dwarf Fortress sci-fi. Like, worlds in Dwarf Fortress are persistent. So, like, if you play a save of Dwarf Fort, you can then go from that save and play another fortress in the same world, and dwarves from your previous fort might show up in the new one either as visitors or as faction members if you happen to be playing in the same faction. You could play adventure mode, go found a fortress based off of where that adventurer lands. Admittedly, adventure mode's not going to be available right away when premium launches. You could play adventure mode, found a fortress with that adventurer, then play in fortress mode for a month as that fortress, and then eventually go back around and reset from the beginning and hypey. And then play or finish building that fortress, build it out and make a grand, epic dwarven fortress, and then reclaim the adventurer, and then go steal artifacts from other fortresses and bring them back to your first fortress, and then go found another fortress outside of that adventurer, just with a different faction, and then invade your first fortress. So, also, Wild Strat, thank you very much for the 27th month. We actually have a release date now. You excited? You can never geek out enough about how absurdly granular Dwarf Fortress combat is. Yeah, like, that's another good example. It's like, RimWorld, limbs have body parts, and there's a random number generator that selects what gets collided with based on stats, right? Dwarf Fortress doesn't have that. Dwarf Fortress is a physics-based system that tracks body weight, muscle density, tendons, bones, teeth, skin, the sharpness of weapons, the heaviness of metals, and all of that comes together to decide whether or not a thing dies based on their blood loss and or blunt force trauma and bruising. No, yeah, also nose hair and ear hair, teeth, things like tongues. And it all goes into basically like a real-time physics system that is displayed in this, right? Like, you know, the flying bronze bolt strikes the wild boar so, and the tusk fracturing it. Oh no. Twists the head, and he retches, he vomits. Yep, eyelids are working, they have to blink, they can cry, which causes liquids to run down, which can make them slip. Like, there's... Like, Dwarf Fortress is ludicrously detailed in its simulations. To the point where, like, it's almost difficult to call it a video game. It's because it's ridiculous. Yes, also that. Impact, yield, material strain, like, yeah. No, it's wild. And then you throw some necromancy into the mix, and then shit just gets bonkers when you have, like, necks crawling around like inchworms going, I'm gonna grab you. Ah, bones. That was a bug, yes, and that was from a really long time ago, and yes, it would make them cry. So, was it a fever dream? Sure. I mean, like, to give you an idea on, like, the weirdness of Dwarf Fortress's code, there was a bug in the game a little while ago, right? Where initially, enemy armies could show up as mounted units. They could show up on, like, either riding beak dogs if they were goblins, or, like, horses, or big giant animals as elves, right? And when an enemy siege is attacking you, the AI is very simple right now. They walk towards the fort, and they walk in the nearest entrance, and they try and kill as many dwarves as possible. That's what they do. They're very simple. But the AI for their mounts was just identical to the soldiers. So it was just follow the leader basically into the enemy fort. Cool. So they added mounts to adventure mode, which will allow you to ride around animals in adventure mode, right? So you could have like a giant jaguar or an elephant or something that you ride on the back of, which is cool as fuck, and I love it. The hilarious bit there, though, was a bug became very obvious very quickly with children. So children would use their mother as a mount, and the mother would maintain control. But because they changed the code from the mount having control to the mounted having control, so this also counts for enemy siegers where the creature riding the creature is actually the one driving the AI, which is fine for enemy sieges, but the problem is because suddenly baby is now mounted on mother instead of mother driving, baby driving. Baby AI is walk in random directions away from food and alcohol. It's intentionally trying to kill yourself. The problem is if there's a baby on the ground, dwarves will just dump a bucket of water on them occasionally if they get thirsty, or like throw some food at them if they get hungry. Whereas the issue with this situation was now all of a sudden you have a bunch of like baby dwarves driving their moms around until the moms die. So like the only option was to force the mothers or force the babies into a burrow on a food stockpile where the moms would die. Wouldn't cavalry cause a bunch of drowning? Horses can't swim in Dwarf Fort, I don't think. So unless their cavalry is like giant frogs, you'd be fine. But anyway, no. It's not an issue now because the person riding is driving, so. I mean, although I did once drown an adventurer mounted on a frog. I did once do that. And there was one time I was mounted on a moth, and the moth got startled by a monster that was off in the distance, and the moth then flew my adventurer into a waterfall where they got kind of knocked off in the waterfall, and I fell down, broke both my legs, and drowned. That was a good time. And then we made, where is it? The Fortress of Mothfall, based off of that adventure. Figured it was a fitting name. Okay, we're hunting wild boars now, so that's totally acceptable. All right, let's pull lava drain again. No. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? This version, no. I do have a fortress named Long Death, which I will return to from time to time, which is on an even older version than this, but that's because I'm keeping it alive for 1,000 years. But no, I will move to premium. I would be silly not to. It's one of those like, it's like asking me, do you want to intentionally limit your potential growth as a content creator for Dwarf Fortress? Absolutely not. Of course I want to like gain the maximum possible amount of growth from my stream. Why on earth would I intentionally limit my ability to grow? That's like content suicide. So I just kind of consider that a dumb question. I really should like remove center. Let's see if I can find that diagram. Do I have any stories from encountering beasts from the depths? More than I could recite off the top of my head. This is Dwarf Fortress, after all. That's like, do you go outside? Simulate a gender reveal? What, with the forest fire? I don't think my dwarves are from California. Also, don't even joke about that. That forest fire sucked. Trying to find the cave in again. Vomit. Really? You can set to center on vomit? That seems like a bad idea. Got a cough button. Too many things in this menu. Hello, Nino Panda? What's up? Also, what's up, Grugs?
This is madness!
Also, hi, Hobo. What are we waiting for? Me to find a setting to disable auto recenter on the fire. That's what we're waiting for. But there's a lot of settings in this menu, and I'm legally blind, so it takes me. Because currently it's still auto resetting, and I didn't think to turn that off. This is a rather fresh install for me, and when I do fresh installs, I forget to set all my settings sometimes. I should just be able to ignore this fucking fire, but... Found it. Although, you know, center on crime witness might actually be very useful. I always find these settings I don't know are in here every time I look at this menu. Well, I almost just want to completely delete the something burned to the ground menu, but I feel like I would regret that if I did that. This thing. Future attack, mark, good breed, lock. Question. Cotton flames. Job. All the masterpieces. There it is. Do not recenter. All right, that should fix it. Mega hype release date, doing civic duty voting right now. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm happy that release date doesn't conflict with trip to hang out. I'm very happy about this. I was super worried it would very much. Did I set the fire? Not intentionally, but such is the way of things in Dwarf Fort. When do you intentionally burn a whole forest down? Was semi-lurking without intention? Well, that's fine. I semi-lurk all the time. What's going on here? Forest is burning down. Because I had to test my trap before it was even remotely close to being done. It worked! Which is the good news. The bad news is we're sort of maybe accidentally burning down the whole forest. Also, I would like to inform you, for those of you who are really, really excited about Dwarf Fortress's release date, I have a channel for you to follow, which is kind of just a joke, and I don't know how long it's actually going to run, but go follow this person. Because Diamond is running a, well, let's just see. How long until Dwarf Fortress's release date? 4 weeks, 6 days, 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 56 seconds. So, not going to say you should follow him, but go keep it moving. So, Hobo, you know what I did? because the trailer dropped at 7 o'clock in the morning, right? And I knew yesterday. I knew yesterday at around noon was when I was made aware that there was going to be a release date announcement today. I wasn't sitting there waiting to publish my video. No. That's low priority for like noobs. No, I was sitting there with the unlisted trailer waiting on like /r games the second it went live to press post. Vote Gremlin? Yes, vote Gremlin. Naturally. Gremlin for mayor. Any question? God, I wish. Anyway, I got 5,000 karma, so fucking easy. Gotta get in early. What's funny is somebody actually beat me, but I don't know who it was, but somebody beat me, and they posted it while the video was still unlisted, so it got caught in mod death, basically, because like if you post an unlisted video on /r games, moderators have to approve it to like stop people from leaking shit. So somebody posted it like 3 minutes early. Don't know who it was. But because I posted it right as it went live, mine went through and got a bunch of upvotes immediately, so they deleted the other one. Get fucked. I'm like way too proud of myself. All right, let's dive back in. And hopefully it'll stop like jumping to the fire. We can start the fire. Speaking of important announcements, though, for those of you who watch the YouTube channel, you may already know that I do these, but once every couple of months, I have Tarn and sometimes also Zach Adams on the stream, and we talk about Dwarf Fortress for a couple of hours. Not that, we don't do that anyway, but we do that basically every couple months, right? So, because we do this every couple months, I've reached out and said, hey, you guys want to come on stream? And it's looking like they're going to be potentially, unless something comes up, joining me on this channel on the 17th. Probably around 3 p.m., I would guess, Pacific. Well, I don't know what an trigonal is, but it will be the version with the graphics, yes. But it will also include the ASCII if you would like to be a purist. That channel is going to be fabulous for you and your friends. Oh, the countdown timer? I'm trying to convince him to keep it running, but like, he earlier was just like, I don't know if I'm going to keep it running. It's like, no, dude, do it. Just keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. 17th of this month. Yep. Like right after I get back, because I get back on the 14th. I get back on the 14th, and then I have till the 17th. And then I'll probably try and do another one in like January once the cacophony of patches are done. Do you enjoy the music on repeat? I haven't even unmuted it. Is it just like... yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I was gonna play, is it playing Drinking Industry? Yeah, it is. For whatever it's worth, there's a 10-hour version of that on YouTube that he also uploaded. So. Do the green bridges permanent? No, so the yellow bridge, like, it's color-coded for my own sanity. So the red bridges are a lever, the yellow bridges are a lever, and the green bridges are a lever. No, the yellow bridges are to shorten the walk for the dwarves to get out of the fort. It's the 10-hour loop. I mean, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's just the 10-hour loop playing on repeat. A degree in stupidity? A degree in what? Am I winning? Do you really win Dwarf Fortress? I don't know if you do. I think you just experienced Dwarf Fort. Computer science or something? Technically, I barely graduated high school, And haven't done anything since then, so no. Why the fuck would I go to university to stream video games on the internet? That seems like a waste of time. Favorite movie? Pretty close tie between John Carpenter's The Thing and Shawshank Redemption. World has changed? No, I was never the school type. I didn't like school when I actually had to go to school, and I don't really like school anymore, so. I just never enjoyed school. I like teaching myself shit. Pretty good life choices? Don't do what I do. Don't be like me. That's my advice. The subjects are the people? Why the redundant questions? I said I had no interest. Leave it at that. I'll answer more detailed questions about my life's history when it's relevant and I know you well enough. I have no idea who you are. And you're just like, hey, do you ever been to university? Do you have a degree? I don't know. What's your social security number? What's your credit card number? While we're at it. And your mother's maiden name. Okay? And the last 3 digits of your phone number. I don't fucking care. If you want to talk to me about dwarves or video games, go nuts. But until I know you well, piss off with the very specific life questions. All right, so where are we going with this? We are unfucking the rest of this and building up the top of this tower. Bruh, I mean, you're the one asking me all sorts of specific life questions. I don't dream. And usually when I do, they're night terrors and they end with my tongue bleeding. I don't like dreaming and try not to. I smoke a fuck ton of weed to stop my brain from dreaming. Also, I'm going to reiterate the first question. What's with all the personal questions? I've had sleep paralysis, not recently. It's like genuine question. Like, what's with all of the super personal questions? Like, Christ. Like, sometimes I'm in the mood for that shit, but not right now. Also, I don't know any of you. Like, sorry for being so defensive, but it's like, when someone comes in, it's your first time in chat, and they just immediately just like start popping off with like random ass personal questions. It's like, geez, why? Where's your interest from? Absolutely, but that's something that you do once you know somebody first. So let's connect on something a little bit lighter first. I'm just going to time you out if you keep at it. I don't find you particularly entertaining, no offense. Like, I really hate having just, like, overwhelmingly negative, like, impressions of people, but this is really giving bad vibes, dude. Like, I'm not going to lie, this is really giving me bad vibes. Favorite brand of lighter? Bic, generally. I like just the disposable ones because I barely ever use lighters. And usually lose them. Or give them away. I usually just fucking hand lighters to, like, the first person who's like, hey, do you have a lighter? It's like, fucking here you go to keep it. F's for Dong Harvey. Always take off the childproofing, though? There's childproofing on Bic lighters? What? I wouldn't even know how to do that. What the heck? Say, don't you dare drop a dwarf in there. I thought there was 2 dwarves there for a second. Why am I carving out every other block? So they don't carve out a block that a dwarf is standing on? and drop them into that, which would probably punch them through that floor and into lava, which would mean certain deaths. So I'm trying to avoid unnecessary death of dwarves if possible. Really? I don't know. I never really found that to be an issue on a big lighter, but was unaware that that was a child protector. The more you know. Fire is childproof. As someone who had his hair set on fire when he was 5, hard disagree. Nothing is fireproof. You just need a hotter fire. Pull that lever, push that to the top. Slam all those shut. Intentional or accidentally? Although maybe don't admit to crimes on the internet. I used to set ants on fire with my glasses. But I was a weird kid. It makes it that much harder for a little kid to play with it since you gotta press down the top and the little metal bit. Taking it off just makes it easier to spark. Huh. I never found them hard to spark in the first place, so I never even put 2 and 2 together that was a child protector. The more you know. The only crime that I'm readily okay with admitting that I did when I was younger on the internet was I figured out how to spoof credit cards at a weirdly young age. Got me a lot of free weapons in this one game that I played that had very expensive in-game weapons. Frankly, I think I was doing myself a service. Not like the credit card companies can't afford it. I mean, what? I did get a couple accounts banned, though. That was fine. And then one day it just kind of stopped working and I was sad. Alright, so we need to do this without... We need to figure out a way of doing this without, potentially accidentally launching goblins into my fort. That's... Is John Connor? Oh yeah, didn't John Connor do... No, it was Sarah Connor who did that, wasn't it? I'd swear it was Sarah Connor who did it initially, and then John Connor did it. It's been a long time since I've seen T2. T1's better, so... I'm making serrated green glass discs, really? I just have a random repeating job going on somewhere? Oh, I don't. Why the fuck did you just make a green glass disc? Oh, maybe it's because I, literally just finished it. Unless there's just, old jobs sitting on those that were underneath the blocks. That's possible. Probably stop smelting ore. I'm running low on coffee. This is a shame. But that's fine. It's almost 7 p.m. I should be running low on coffee by this point in the day. But yeah, I apologize for being weirdly defensive. Too many personal questions all at once, especially about, my schooling and life story is a little nah. You're off to bed. Sleep well, Rolf. Take care of yourself and don't, I don't know, roll out of bed? I don't know. What's something negative that could happen while in bed? I can't really think of much. Aside from dreaming. It's horrific. How do you take your coffee? Black. Black as your soul. Because I'd rather die than give you control. I'd like a hole. I don't know why I'm doing like this weirdly dramatic, like silent half reading of, or reciting, I guess, of Nine Inch Nails lyrics, but here I am. I was listening to that album last night. It's a pretty Halloween-y album. I don't even know what you're referencing, Christus. Because I think the number of Simpsons episodes I've seen in my life I could count on one hand. I think it's like 3. And then I started watching it online, or it was like going to start watching it online, and then it got moved to Disney Plus, and now I'm just like, I don't care. There's no way in hell I'm giving Disney money. Unless I absolutely need to. And I do not need Disney Plus, turns out, so I will just not. I'm sure Chad is on board for Simpsons references. I just don't get them. That's okay. Streamer can be in the dark. That fits the vibe. Uh-oh. Child's been possessed. Go get him, kiddo. So much stuff burning still. Jeez. Expanded linkage from floodgates. Is that lava or blood? I think that's blood. That's blood. Okay, so they can walk over that. Which ones did they suspend? Interesting. I'll just cancel that one. And claimed it as a family heirloom. Glorious. Must be in his family's culture. It's a terrible tragedy that dwarves can have bestowed upon them is the dependency on underwear. I hope that dwarf is cured one day. A loincloth, a manly thong? I mean, depending on who you ask, thongs can be manly thongs. Loincloth is more like a cock flap, whereas a loincloth, or whereas a thong is an ass strap. One's just a really dainty apron. How's that? I mean, damn right. Named it the Oblivion of Blowing. What was the name of that loincloth, or I think it was a thong that Bastet's dwarf made? What was the name of that? I need to go look it up. I posted it on Twitter, which is why I say I need to go look it up. Is it? Oh, come on. Fine. Scrolling down. Nope, that was a cat. Parchment scroll. Where was it? Was it before the concert that I went to and the other concert? Was it really that far back? Oh, okay. Pigtail thong. What was the name of it, though? Well, closed haunt. Yeah, it was a pigtail thong. Not a particularly funny. There was something called, like, pink penetration once, which was, I think, a scepter. It was like, all right, guys, that's just a dildo. Like, now you're not even trying. I did have the something penetration once, which was something special. But yeah, sometimes artifacts can just be hilarious. Same with like place names in Dwarf Fortress. Like there was one time I had a location spawn. This was a long time ago. I had a location spawn called Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. And it was a kobold location. Possibly one of the most memorable names I've ever seen. It was just like a random ass cave called like Poop Anus, basically. We got a really good laugh out of that. That was a very funny afternoon, I gotta be honest. Trying to think of like other random funny names of things that I've had in the past. I did once have a frog forgotten beast named Toady, which was just kind of funny. It was like, oh, hey, that's fitting. You're just so mad? What are you mad about? What's up? Spent 6 hours of your life on this project. Okay. Stopped working altogether. Oh no, what's the project? That does sound bad. That sucks, dude. I'm just staring at these dwarves very intently so they don't stand where each other are digging. Because that would be certain death. Speaking of, how deep is this? Oh no, how the... Ah, shit. Somehow I accidentally pulled the wrong lever. That sucks. Although, we might be able to save this. OpenGL, you don't much about graphics? Well, I mean... Do you have version control? Can you save it? I need that done stat. I would say most science is a cruel mistress. So are many mistresses. You're that much pissed? Oh, God. How long do you have to finish said project? That's like, there was one time a couple months ago I was editing a podcast and computer crashed in a weird way, which made me lose the entire project, and it all got corrupted, and I went back to the only uncorrupted autosave, which was like the second save, and I lost like 2 hours of work, and I was just like, you know what? Fuck it! And I just shipped out the backup instead, which is just like the unedited version. I just put music at the beginning and end and just shipped the backup because I was just like, I am too pissed off right now to actually send out the full pod. I kind of felt bad because there was like audible like artifacting from the Discord call and whatnot in the backup, but you know what? Didn't fucking care. How you doing, Stone? How's things? Dwarf Fortress trailer launch day has gone very well. Very well, I would say. Was due last week, but you can submit it next week and still pass. Well, I mean, if it only took you 6 hours, I don't think you can still... Yeah, I get it, yeah. It's more about just finishing it. That makes sense. It's more about, like, the personal satisfaction of completing the task at that point. No, because I've never written that kind of code. Chat probably has. My brain doesn't understand smart people stuff. Pretty good at talking, though. But I hope you slept well. I feel like you were asleep for a long ass time. Like you went to bed in like the first hour of my stream. Like 7 o'clock here now. It's been 12 hours since the trailer went up. Dwarf Fortress is harder than coding it? Well, Dwarf Fortress has coding in it. Like, it has if-then statements. One-time order, add conditions. If amount of items is at least, it's like, I don't understand any of this. It's like, I've tried. I've actively tried. None of it works. Like, Chad has explained it to me multiple times. I've read a guide. It's like, I don't understand. But, no. It's Dwarf Fortress is like anything else. It just takes time. Do it enough and you'll figure it out. Been a decent amount of time, which is good. That's good to hear. Oh, hey, Twitch is actually doing something cool. Twitch just sent me an email saying, we want to expand our times to have webinars with streamers to times that better fit your schedule. It's about time. Because I always do them like Wednesdays at like 11 in the morning. And it's like, guys, that's like in the middle of my workday. How in the world am I going to be on, like end my stream in the middle of my workday? That's when I'm like, just getting started really with my streams. But yeah, chat room, I would say, actually Stone, mark your calendars for 17th of November, because the 17th of November, Tarn will be joining me on stream. Most likely, unless something changes. So mark your calendar for the 17th of November. All right, you down here. Ah, well, that makes sense. I'm just going to remove all these corner ones. We'll do the rest of them first. These corner ones appear to be causing trouble. And it's been a while since I've had Zach and Tarn on, so. I'm also really, really curious about reading through the Future of the Fortress stuff, which went up today, which I haven't actually looked at yet, because, you know, I'm here in streaming, so. So hopefully in the next day or two I can get that done. Hopefully sooner rather than later. What do you mean you're not going to use it? You don't have an option, because if you want, actually you do. You could just choose to play older versions of Dwarf Fortress for all eternity. But all of the versions are going to be using the new UI. I mean, Classic is going to look like this once it gets updated. These are the screenshots we've seen of Classic. So you will have to use the new GUI unless you choose to not update your game, which I guess is an option, but. Well, it'll go up on YouTube regardless. Even if you missed the stream. What is Classic? So Premium and Classic are going to be the two versions of Dwarf Fortress going forward. Premium is the one that you pay money for that includes the fancy graphics and the fancy music and sound effects. Classic is the free version that will remain free on the website, but will be getting the new UI and accessibility options. The only difference is it won't have the music and it won't have the graphics. It'll just have the classic guitar strumming if you leave it on. Well, I mean, if you mean like GUI user interface as in like UX and like the buttons that you click, sure. But like largely the only real difference between premium and classic is a sound pack and a tile set, right? Aside from that, they're largely going to be the same game, except one is free and the other's 20 or 30 bucks, not 20. I mean, it's something that they've always said they're going. You know, it's kind of funny because like if you go back and like listen to old Tarn talks, he talks about how he never wants to charge money for the game because that would kind of just go against the game's philosophy. They want the game to be available for everybody, always. And I respect the hell out of that because so much of the games industry just feels like, oh, it's not for the poor people anymore. You know, like. So much of the games industry is just like, oh yeah, no, make games more expensive. Also make games more expensive. By the way, we should charge more for games. Also, if you don't have a cell phone with a paid plan, by the way, you can't play the game. I'm looking at you, Overwatch. And it's like, there's a lot of stuff about that that's just weirdly gentrified and shitty. And like, then you have like NFTs on top of that, which just make things even worse. And it's just like, watching games get gentrified is one of the darkest timelines I think that I've witnessed in a while. Do you guys not have phones? Do you not have phones? Do you not, Bruno? About whose health? What? I'm not sure what you're referencing. Sem Taxagon. Sam? Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referencing, Sam. Oh, the reason for the Steam version? Inflation, cost of living, and Zach's meds are expensive. And they had an in-family cancer scare. I think it was like 2017. Like, everybody's fine, but Zach's meds are expensive. I don't know exactly what meds he's on. I just know that they're expensive. There's a lot of expensive meds, especially in the States. So it's healthcare, potential retirement fund. That looks like a face. Potential retirement fund and, you know, the usual suspects. Two of us in Canada should marry them. I mean... You know, there are laws in Canada preventing that from happening. You know that, right? Like, genuinely, we do actually have laws to prevent false marriages for the sake of immigration. I know, because, like, oh, no, that's an armor stand. My older sister went through that when she brought her husband into Canada in 2016. Because it was like, oh God, Trump's going to get elected potentially. We should probably... I'm feeling immigration is going to get difficult in a couple months. So they, you know, went full big brain and got married. Well, plural marriage laws, stop it. Don't ask me. As someone who's afraid of the concept of marriage, unless it's like at the perfect situation, which I don't really foresee happening. Yeah, I have no idea. It's obviously less flexible than Dwarf Fortress. I mean, my meds would... I'm type 1 diabetic, right? My meds would bankrupt me if I lived in the States doing this job. Because I just have Canadian, universal health care. That's all that I have. So if I lived in the States with exactly the same health problems and the exact same set of prescriptions that I currently have, I would be bankrupt currently. My cost of living just in meds would cost me more than my monthly rent and internet and phone bill combined, which currently I clear by like $200 a month, maybe a bit more on average with my like streaming revenue. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, Stoli Krem. Cheers. You got one of them fancy hip devices? Those are like $6 grand. But after that, the refills are free. Also, the tech on those things scare the piss out of me. I technically could get one. I have all of the qualifications for them. I just choose not to, because I like taking baths. And if you have a personal IV equipped at all times, difficult to take baths. I like to go swimming. I also like to go hiking. Oh yeah, no. I mean, there's lots of fancy plug into your body devices, but no, I'm good. Maybe I'm old. I don't know. My little sister has all that shit, and every single time I spend time with my little sister, she spends the vast majority of her time bitching about how much it sucks, so. And then she goes on about how great it is. And it's like, well, I'll take my manual needles, thanks. No, it's not. When it's a full implant and they don't fail constantly. Like, my little sister's husband was talking to me when I was in Quebec about how, like, yeah, it's failed 3 times since they got it, and they had to, like, they had to redo part of it and, like, go back and fix things. It's like, yeah, no thanks. Some people do it professionally. They're called lawyers. Prague. I'm just like staring at these dwarves intently in case one of them stands on a thing that another one's mining. All right, we're good. We're good, sweet. I mean, more power to her. I don't care what your sister does with her body. That's her right. That shit scares the piss out of me. That's about the end of it. All right. Let's do that. It is refilling. That is good. I'm glad I didn't drain it too much. Okay. I'm trying to deflect the subject. Like, I don't know how else to, like, make that clear. Like, it's a subject that makes me extremely uncomfortable. Hey, Dwarf finally began making mysterious construction. Sir Nicholas!
Yeah, that's right, dwarfs in the mountain.
Thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. Where were you? Grassdorf shop. What'd you grab, kiddo? Llama leather, straight puppy bone. Nice. Amas, witch puzzle, the Forgotten Beast silk cloth. Cool. Llama stuff, llama bone. 3 pieces of andesite. Good luck, dwarf. No, I just don't like when people start adding me about like pumps and various other diabetic supplies, because it always turns into a you should this, that, or the other, and it's not a good time. It's like the equivalent of telling somebody to take meds without them being interested in taking said meds, and it just kind of sucks. It's like, I don't like this conversation. But I wish your sister all the luck. Hope things go well. Sweet. Well, we're pretty much done with this side of things. I just need to connect the whole thing together and then turn it on. Oh yeah, no, like I'm not discounting that. I just don't want it to turn. I don't want this conversation to turn into, well, why don't you go get them? No, fuck that shit. You just got to the mailroom and the postman was finishing up grabbing the outgoing mail. Oh, it's sweet. That's the best. And you're just like, oh shit, dude, that thing. You made it. When you get there on time, yeah. When it doesn't inconvenience anybody, that's the best. I can also just continue this all the way up to there. Bloodthorn logs. Ah, fair. I've had that conversation go that direction more than once. More than once, like, recently, actually. Mostly with family, admittedly, but still. People get weirdly preachy about what people do with their medical choices. Is this the roof? Yes, but I'm gonna probably do another layer around the edge and then build up 1Z level higher and then build a roof on top of that. I mean, maybe I'll even make into like some fucking pyramid or something, because I could actually do that. Everybody's always like, make a glass pyramid! And I'm like, that sounds like work, but I actually have all of the pieces in place right here to actually make a glass pyramid, so maybe I'll make a glass pyramid. You went shopping yesterday? Did you buy anything cool? I have like a big ass pile of candy that's going to take me 6 months to get through. So if anybody wants free candy, I got tons. Baking tray that was unique? Oh, okay. I mean, that's kind of cool. Well, there's two. There's Armok Vision, which looks kind of like weird Minecraft, and then there's Stone Sense, which is kind of an isometric viewpoint. Looks kind of like No Moria, because I'm pretty sure No Moria stole assets from it. Doran Bidokishem, the Dwarven Child, has created Dolilotic, a mini-forge, an andesite mini-forge, and claims it in the name of the family ancestor, Curses. Well, I mean, very recently named dwarf. I don't know if you're still in chat, but you just got your kid just dedicated an artifact to you, I think. Yeah, you're the kid's mom, and kid just made an artifact. He's like, yeah, it's mom. Look at that. It's not worth very much. It's called Locksheens. Wow, that's a long one. This is an andesite mini-forge. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of oval andesite cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of andesite and llama bone and llama leather. On the item is an image of lead. Tot wheel, the dwarf in andesite. On the item is an image of a plains titan in llama bone. On the item is an image of Saigon walked standard, the dwarf and dwarves in llama bone. Saigon walked standard is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the necromancer Saigon walked standard to the position of queen of the Room of Savants in the early summer of 98 during the overthrow of the Room of Savants in the channeled feat. On the item is an image of the distinct dangers of raw adamantine toy boat in Amas, which puzzled the wicked forgotten beasts Silk. On the item is an image of finger mullet plants in pineapple opal. On the item is an image of a giant deer in dog bone. That was a line. Poop artifact? I'm sorry, what? You were also tasked with buying a birthday card, and you're fundamentally opposed to cards, so you got her to give me by 28 feedback. Why are you fundamentally opposed to cards? I'm just curious. I don't particularly like gift cards myself. Or, I guess not gift cards, but I guess like giving. I'm bad at giving cards to people. Just kind of don't do that. The Closer Casino had an advertisement about new restaurants. You went to try it, and it's gone already after only 2 months. Must have been a great restaurant. Also, that sucks. Kids make the best artifacts? I mean, I can't say I've ever encountered that myself, but I believe it. I would say most people do. I don't think that's necessarily unique to kids. If Hallmark is in the card shop? I always think of like the movie channel Hallmark when people say Hallmark. Your orange jasmine plant finally bloomed and it smells amazing. Is this like something that you can harvest for tea? But that sounds lovely. I think they are. I think they are. And like we do have Hallmark cards around here, but like can't say I've ever actually bought a card in one. Usually if I have to buy a card, I just go to the dollar store. Because, like, why would I spend $4 on a card when I could spend less than that? My little sister was in a couple of Hallmark movies as an extra over the years. Although I don't think she does much acting these days. That's when you use a post-it note in the card so it can be regifted. I don't think I've ever actually received a gift like a like birthday card or something with a post-it note in it. That's interesting. The only person that I know who still sends cards is my grandmother. And she will go absurdly all I don't even what? Oh, apparently traders are here. Good. Like my grandmother is like weirdly good about getting birthday cards and stuff to you on time. Like it's like a superpower of hers. Like without failure, every single year, if my birthday doesn't land on a Sunday, she manages to get me a happy birthday card to me either on the day of my birthday or the day before. You re-gift people your bills with a nice message written on them? Wait a second, like bills that you're supposed to pay or like dollar bills? Just post me the best. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I got kind of annoyed with my extended family because I don't like getting gift cards, and everybody just gives gift cards in my extended family. It's actually one of the reasons I'm kind of happy I haven't had to do like Christmas and stuff since the pandemic. But I always tell people, it's like, if you don't know what to get me, don't give me a gift card. Don't give me cash. Just donate $20 to Children's Hospital. To this day, nobody has done it. Not once. It's always like the first thing on my wish list. Not one person has ever done that. And it's the only fucking thing I actually want from most people is just like, oh, just tell me, like, you don't even need to give me the receipt. Just tell me that you did it. That's all that I ask is just donate $20. to a charity that I support, which is local children's hospital, and don't give me shit. No one listens. Yeah, that's you make cards the way I make gifts. How about you hand write and hand draw cards, and then there's me where I just, what if they donate to some super PAC? Well, that's not a charity that I asked them to donate to. So it would either be Doctors Without Borders or local children's hospital. Those are the two options I give people, and no one's ever actually done it. If they did that, I would be rather disappointed. But yeah, no, I've never actually been around, like, never actually had a family member do it. But anyway, Hobo makes gift cards the way I make, like, my gifts, because I just make people baked goods. Oh shit, we're out of booze. That's a problem. It's not the first time we've run out of booze in this fort. No, which is why I would be exponentially disappointed. At least not that I'm aware of. Maybe. Yeah, usually people just give me like $20 bills for Christmas and shit, so I just stick in my wallet and spend it on groceries. I don't know. I actively despise Christmas because of gift giving. It's like that's just the most pointless marketing bullshit. I'm pretty sure you're correct, Obo. But yeah, I absolutely despise Christmas for that. It drives me absolutely nuts. It's why I'd rather just have like a second Thanksgiving. It's like Thanksgiving is just all of the positive parts of Christmas minus the bullshit. And the bullshit of Christmas is like, oh, everybody has to give somebody a gift. It's like, fuck off. No, you don't. Quit it. But, you know, think about it this way, Dong Harvey, with that question that you asked. If someone was like, hey, donate money to a charity that I like, and then they donated money to a charity that you fucking hate and said, hey, I did that for you, what would your response be? You answer your own question. Or like some random political party you don't support. It'd just be one more reason for me to not hang out with my extended family on Christmas, which I already don't for a myriad of reasons. Well, it's the only time that I actually feel like it's the only time I feel any good about, to be honest with you. Lycott says, I'm your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. What request do you have of our merchants? Steel, brass, bronze, copper, silver. Don't need gold. Iron. And platinum, why not? Free to go over the documents. Zogler says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Damn right. Turns out, got a lot of used clothing we can toss. And also a lot of serrated glass discs. Plenty of stuff to sell. Yeah, so there you go. You've answered your own question. Okay. What would you do? That would be... I probably wouldn't slap them, but I would definitely, like, make a pissed off remark and then continue ignoring my extended family. You're going to stick a stick up your nose and see if you're going for a three-peat? Oh, if you're COVID positive? I wish you all the negativity in the world. Good luck. 7 out of 20 people in your class are positives, so oh boy. Good luck. Good luck. Glad I'm going next week. Speaking of extended family, you got some good news after uncle of mine I didn't like gets married. He's leaving the area and going far away for 110 miles away. That's like where I grew up versus where I live now. And that's like just up the valley. That's like close by. Anyway, 110 miles away. Well, is that good for you? Do you not like the guy? They're out. Well, that's good. At least they're booting them out of class. Well, not booting them. At least they're like sending them home. Yeah, that's a commute. 110 miles. That's a commute for most people. Like 110 miles. Bye forever. I mean, to be fair, that's like that would be legit. Like for me, that would be a long distance relationship if I was dating somebody that was 110 miles away, because I don't drive. But used to drive further than that for work every day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like that's about my aunt's commute. Yeah, you were at a festival. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got funky after Animals as Leaders, but that's also because I was, you know, shouting along really loudly with Animals as Leaders songs. So, you know, completely justified. There's also like a legitimate flu just going around. My Dragon Force hairstyle? It's not blonde and it's not straightened, so it's much more like 80s hair metal than Dragon Force. So, although Herman Lee does have black hair, but it's at the it is straightened. I saw Dragon Force earlier this year. I put on a fucking fantastic show. How you doing, Blurry? Fucking fantastic show. Uh-oh. Got a mandate. What's that? Doors? Okay. Some machines. East and west. Ah, come on. Really? Missing one tile. Damn. You can do 80 miles here and never even leave the city. That sounds like hell. You can't do that here. You definitely go from one city to another here. Although I would say that coming alone isn't necessarily a off-character thing for me either. So both statements weren't incorrect. 80. I mean, but like that's like from here to Hope. Well, 80 miles is from like where I'm at right now to Chilliwack. Because like thinking in miles is difficult. That's a conversion I'm bad at. 177 kilometers. Yeah, it's from here to Hope, actually. Like from down, well, I'm not in downtown Vancouver, but from basically like North Van to Hope is about 110 miles, slightly less. So basically, actually, Princeton is like actually a closer like comparison, or even Yale actually, a little further up. Anyway, what brings you here on this fine afternoon, Blurry? Cool. Booze supplies going up again. You live 2.5 hours from the nearest city? I grew up about 40 minutes bike ride from the nearest town. 10-minute drive, 15-minute drive. Welcome back, audio. NYC, NJ, LA, metro area might be. I have no idea. England's a bit too dense. Yeah. No, it's real funny when like Kiri talks about like flying to go visit family and stuff. She's like, yeah, we didn't want to do this super long drive. It's like, how long is the drive? It's like 3 hours. But you got on a plane? It's like, oh, you do a 28-minute flight instead of a 3-hour drive? All right. You'd never fly that short? It's apparently cheaper than gas. Plus the 2.5 hours in the airport. It's a domestic flight. It's nowhere near that long. I mean, to give you an idea, actually, here, if I go to Abbotsford Airport, I can fly to Edmonton for about $35. And that's... Actually, I don't know the distance. How long a drive is that? Oh, I don't want flights. That is a 12-hour drive. So for $35, you can fly to Edmonton. You can usually get like a $75 to $80 round-trip flight. I did a 45-minute flight for a 3.5-hour drive so that I wouldn't have to pay for an Airbnb to see Ghost in Tampa. Did you fly in and then fly out? Same day? Because that's very living large of you. I respect it. Do skew things a bit? Yeah, well, the airline that I'm referring to is Flair, which is one of those airlines where it's like they charge you for literally everything. They have no food. They don't serve booze. Like they don't serve drinks. They have water. No, sorry, not Flair. Hold up. Oh, come on. Is there no like... Oh, there we go. That's the emoji I'm looking for. Flair, there you go. But like, if you can get flights on Flair, holy fuck, it's cheap. Like, if I could have... Because like, I'm flying to Vegas in 2 weeks to hang out with Hobo. Hopefully he's not sick. To hang out with Hobo. And it's like... If I got a Flair flight down to Vegas, which they do occasionally, it would have cost me like $100 less, but it would have had to be all weekdays. Because it would be like a fly down at Monday red eye and then fly back like Thursday red eye, basically. But it would have been like $100 cheaper. But they only have like one flight a week. And it's like, I'd rather take the airline that has 2 flights a day so that I like don't get my flight canceled and then just straight up like not be able to go down. Because like the airline that I'm on right now, it's like if they cancel my flight, I'd be on the next one. Which has been happening a lot recently, so I kind of don't want to risk that. You know, that kind of thing. You know, I'll be honest, I've never even heard of Spirit Air. Any Laros? Nope. Direct flight. Wait, on the Flare one? I don't know actually about the Flare one, but my flight's direct. One problem with this setup. All flights to Vegas. It's only a 2-hour flight from here to Vegas. Like, it's weird. Like, it's a shorter flight from here to Vegas than it is from here to LAX, which is weird to me. I feel like it's a further distance, but I guess it's not. That or just the casinos subsidize the flights. One of the two. No, it's not. It's 2 hours and 35 minutes. They do. They subsidize the flights like what? Vancouver to LAX is longer. It's Vancouver to LAX generally sits at around 3 hours and 15 minutes down, and then it's usually around 410 back. 369 subs, nice. Yeah, someone should up us to 469 or 420 and then 469. Be double nice. And we could smoke them if we got them. Where are you headed there, Dwarf? You picking up equipment? What you grabbing? Well, we don't have too much more to finish up down here, so that's pretty good. I think the reason for it is flying, like, Vancouver to LAX is just like a straight line, whereas if you look at flights from Vancouver to LAX instead of Las Vegas, when they go to LAX, they overshoot, and then they turn around and fly back. I think that's what adds, like, the extra 20, 30 minutes. Am I going to play the new Dwarf Fortress? Duh. That's, like, going to be my response going forward. It's just, duh. Because it's, like, it's the question of, like, do you want to intentionally screw your potential income as a content creator by playing a version of the game that the vast majority of the new audience is not going to want to see? Absolutely not. I would be stupid if I did that. I know some people it will, but who will stick with the old stuff, or play classic with ASCII. Although I will say this, because turning on ASCII in the Steam version is just a option. I mean, it'll still have the new UI, just like classic will, because all versions of the game are getting the new UI. But the new game is going to have a toggle where you can turn on ASCII, so obviously I'm going to have a channel points redemption like once an hour or something to turn on ASCII for 5 minutes. Obviously I'm going to do that, because I'd be silly not to annoy people every so often. And also, like, try and force what's the word that I'm looking for? Force people into staring at ASCII at least sometime. I mean, I like ASCII too, and I like this tile set a whole lot. But at least for the launch period / extended time after launch, I will certainly be using the new graphics. LAS is north of LAX. I didn't know that. What is that, LA South? Or I guess that wouldn't make any sense, because that would be, I don't even. Nope. Where did you hear that? They will continue both in parallel. The free version will get the accessibility and UI updates as premium. They will both have the same UI. The difference is premium will look like the screenshots that you've probably seen, right? And classic will look like this. I can grab the other screenshot from here. I guess I don't have it right here. But classic will look like this. Still have the new UI. All the new clicky buttons. It'll have mouse support and everything. It'll just look like ASCII. So no, they are not going to discontinue the free version. I don't know where you heard that, and please don't spread it. And whoever told you that, tell them they're wrong. The Steam version over SSH like the old one? That I don't know about. That I do not know about. Because that's not something I've ever tinkered with or have any knowledge of. I've never heard this rumor, so that's why I'm wondering where you've heard the rumor but fair enough. In video? Whose video? What? VR version? Just play it in virtual desktop and shush. Nobody cares about your goddamn VR. I used to play it over SSH at work. A few people do that. Just use TeamViewer. Head to bed. Good night. Sleep well audio. Faguk VR? I've never Faguked a thing in my life, but... I don't really have any thoughts about VR one way or another, as it doesn't work for me at all. It just makes me exceptionally sick extremely quickly, and it makes me go cross-eyed and it makes my eyes hurt, so it's not a pleasant experience for me. But I acknowledge that some people like it. I'm just not the target market for it. But, I don't know. I don't see the reason to hate on it for no reason. If the IPD is set wrong. I've used several different headsets over the years of varying quality with various settings. And as far as I can tell, they all just do one thing and they make me want to throw up. So. They just charge like $2 fucking more. Why not $3? How'd the nose shank go, Hobo? Are you still waiting on the results? I mean, yes, it would be 666. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. You're a skilled negotiator. Interesting. In terms of mastering a skill, you can join the military, actually. Negotiate this. Potentially. Unless it's like the last weird question I got about DF when someone was like, can I ask a weird question about DF? And it was one of the most awkward conversations I've had about DF ever. Okay. Then it can't be that weird if it's simple. You're the one who said it's weird. So now you've contradicted yourself. A duck can't work. Blasphemy! Would I want to live in Dwarf Fortress? Fuck no. I want to live in my apartment, my bed, and my record collection, and my stereo, and my computer, and my streaming rig. I wouldn't want to live in some psychotic fantasy world where zombies live. Fuck that. Fuck that. Not a weird question. That's just a fuck that. Or what would you want to change to be able to live in it? Okay, so first off, if there was only humans, right? And there was no dwarves, there was no necromancers, no magic, and the world generation thing didn't happen, and it was just Earth, and the world was spherical instead of flat, and my house was in it, then I would want to live in it. If it was just a simulation of Earth, then I'd live there. It's flart? I don't think that's a word. But yes, maps are flat in Dwarf Fortress because they can't mathematically make a sphere out of square tiles. I don't believe in simulation theory generally, so respectfully disagree. Simulation theory is just a bullshit creationist theory for assholes, so like... But, you know, you live your life. It's literally just like atheists trying to explain creationism, and it's stupid. As an agnostic person who was raised extremely Christian, it's literally just a bullshit creationist theory. But anyway, no, there's nothing that could be changed about Dwarf Fortress that would make me want to live in the world of Dwarf Fortress. But I do want to keep playing it, so... Fortunately, I can keep playing it. And as far as the devs of Dwarf Fortress, they do watch my videos, and every couple months they come onto the stream and we talk. I mean, there's a reason I play Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf Fortress is a fun fantasy simulation to interact with. I wouldn't want to do the same thing if it was just a one-to-one with real life. Hope the dev gets better. Dev's not sick, so I don't know what you mean by dev gets better. And there's two of them, Zach and Tarn. Sickness as in what sickness? Did I just set one of those to repeat? I don't think you can actually do that. No, one of the devs had a cancer scare. There's a difference between being diagnosed with cancer and having a cancer scare. There's a big difference between somebody having cancer and having a cancer scare. I had a cancer scare a couple years ago. They thought there was a chance I had testicular cancer, which, by the way, led to me getting a whole bunch of ultrasounds done on my nuts. Definitely not something I want to do again. So, generally, cancer scares are when they detect something in your body that they go, oh, that might be cancer. Let's check into that. The difference is in Canada, that's free. In the US, if you don't have health care, that's thousands and thousands of dollars. So, sounds like a nut massage? Sure. So, that is potential bankruptcy. So when you have a scare, it's time to try and, take care. That rhymed. Depends on the doctor and how nice they are. As somebody who's spent an absurdly long amount of time at hospitals in my life, no. No. Just no. Doesn't matter who is doing it, just no. Bastet, Google it. That's all I have to say to you on that question. Google it. And have fun. They're not bankrupt, they're getting by. They're not sick, but they do have medical costs. And a dwarf gave birth to a boy. Slaughtering all the new animals. Yeah, no, they will make a absolute shit ton of money when Dwarf Fortress launches. That much is certain. No, you're supposed to make her Google it. One of those, like, ask a stupid question. Let me Google that for you. And please don't post links in the chat. Thanks. You want to go see that and think about that and talk about that, you can do that in your own time. Fuck. Big Steam launch in December is probably going to sort things out for a good long time. Damn right. I mean, the trailer already has over 100,000 views, and it's got no sign of slowing down. My fucking video has 16,000, and I uploaded it this morning, which is bonkers even for me. What's the teal color around your fortress? Have you ever played, like GoldenEye or Silent Hill? Or like any game from kind of the PS2 era? No. Have you ever played a game that has a really, really short draw distance where everything's just foggy everywhere? Never had a PS2? Have you ever played a video game that has a short draw distance where everything is foggy? I mean, Diablo 2 is like not an example of what I'm talking about, but that's fog because stuff is fading off into the distance. That's what the teal is. It's open space with sky above it. The speckles mean that there's something right beneath it, and over there on the right means that there's an overhang, and that's the overhang. The easiest way to explain it is just that's draw distance, but yes, it's indicating that there's stuff below and there's sky above, basically. But I will say this, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that makes a hell of a lot more sense once you've played it for a little bit. Which is one of the reasons why I'm so looking forward to Premium coming out, because I'm looking forward to people being able to understand this game a little bit better. Gives me less to explain. Yeah, but no, I'm very curious to see how that launch goes. Very curious. Very excited and curious to see how it goes. I'm also curious to see, like, because something I haven't been able to do really today, right? I basically got up today, uploaded a video. Yeah, Steam version, you'll be able to see multiple layers at once. Yeah, Radicine. There are ways to do that in the current game. I don't. I think it's redundant. It makes the game crashy, and I don't like it. I'm really curious to see what actually like the responses have been to the various articles and posts, and I want to read some of the articles about Dwarf Fortress, but I haven't had time because I've been streaming all day. Like the trailer dropped at what, 7 in the morning? It's now like almost 8 p.m. Evening, Deadless. What's up, dude? I have no idea what you're talking about, Sanadro. But I've had plenty of forts where I've never gone to war with anybody. But I don't know about the particular things, so I can't really vote one way or another. I don't recall stating that, but I also don't really give a shit as to what you're talking about as the actual. How do you get so much blocks crafted quick? Because you want to design your fort, but you barely got the mats. So I'm making everything out of glass with like lava, right? So the way I'm doing it stupidly fast is these are all glass magma furnaces, right? That are sitting on top of this pool of lava. And then right over here, I have this walkway. So I just set a huge collect sand job, and then I just say, all right, I want block, green, glass, 1000, enter, and the collect sand job is infinite. So then when they fill the job out, then like half the fortress runs over and starts doing that. It's not all of iron, it's green glass. I mean, God, that would have been a pain to find that much green glass. I would never have wanted to do that. You love you some rutile. Rutile is a good material. I can get down with some rutile. But nothing really beats kimberlite though. Kimberlite's something special. Well, I mean, I hate D&D, so I think I would be a really bad guest in Critical Role, actually. I guess literally the only thing I have left to do is wait for this to fill. Pretty much. Keep pumping lava in. Or rather, and then finish with the floodgates, and then unplug the whole thing. The other thing I need to do is start putting a cover over all of this, because turns out lava likes to splash places where I don't want it. So it's time to build a round of bridges around the edge of this again. If you want it, right there. It's supposed to feel kind of ominous. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this way. That's a weird thing to lag spike. Hobo, you know how you always meme about me building a giant glass pyramid? Guess what I'm fucking building. Hobo always asks for it, and I always just kind of roll my eye at him and go, really? I have to make a giant glass pyramid? Well, guess I'm making a giant glass pyramid. Finally getting your giant pyramid? Yeah, next I'll play Zeus. But guys, promise one thing at a time. You would cry if I actually streamed Zeus. You know, at this rate, they're gonna I'm just hoping that that Pharaoh remake does real well. And then they remake Zeus. And then I just stream that. Just like, doesn't even play the one that you gifted me like fucking 5 years ago. And I just play like the remastered version. That would just be like the ultimate betrayal at this point. So in order to do this, I'm going to have to, like, knock out a chunk of this. You know what you say? Well, noted. I can't wait to see goblins get catapulted and then collide with the ceiling of this. That's something I'm looking forward to seeing. Right, there's a floor there. Once again, I will just state that I can't wait to be able to build on top of floors. Because I'm literally like, I'm sitting here and staring at this like piece that I can't build on. It's like, man, if only I could just build over floors. If I could just build over floors, totally fine. I can't fucking wait to be able to build over goddamn floors. It's like such a small, like random little thing, but my God, it's gonna be such a nice feature to have. It's nice to actually have something to look forward to. Instead of just telling chat 15 times a day, hey, guys, I don't know when it'll be out. Stop asking. which has just like been my echo chamber for the past year pretty much. Now it's like, holy shit, I actually know when it's going to be out now. Although, like, the highlight of my day today has just been, like, people tuning into my stream and seeing the stream title and being like, yo! That's genuinely been, like, the highlight of my day now. It'll save so much time. I know, right? Like, it's all the little things that I'm, like, truly excited for. Also, when you say you failed your NNN, does that means you're COVID negative? I'm assuming that's what that means. It's the only time that it's positive to be negative. Why do we not like this thing? Oh, pfft. You know, I've never actually paid attention to that. I always forget that it's a thing, and then I see it trending briefly at the beginning of every year, and I go, all right, that's a thing some people do. And I just go on with my life. Come December 6th and Tarn Trolls, and it becomes a personal mod of 8. Does Tarn even play Adam? Kind of like legitimate question there. I know like there was one time people made me ask if Tarn plays Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. At which point it became immediately extremely clear that he remembers nothing about Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Oh my god. Did not... Okay, now I'm constantly concerned. It's like, alright, what route are they all taking? I'm kind of curious. Let's watch this dwarf train. Oh my word. I need to give them a much more direct route, I think. Because this is a bit... ridiculous. Holy pathing. Alright, they're figuring it out. Took them a week. But they did it. I mean, my brain immediately went to like 9 Inch Nails, but I was like, N's very far away from I. What? Also, I've been streaming for 11 hours and 22 minutes, so if my brain is like derping, that's the reason. Also, there's a lot of people looking at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit right now. Holy shit. I mean, I don't think you've written a coherent sentence yet today, so it's not my brain that's derping. I'm just tired after a long day's work, is all. Speaking of nutters, when all that Bayonetta bullshit was going off, with the voice actress, she kept using the hashtag #BanNutters, which is the strangest hashtag I think I've ever seen. Like, does anybody actually call that or refer to themselves as that? Because I don't think so. Yeah, I really need to give these dwarves a more direct route. Okay, I guess we need to do stairs. Well, actually, no, the whole thing's just going to connect from up there, actually. Well, I just gave them a faster route. That's good. Also, I should just block this. Clearly. I don't think it had meaning to begin with, but it was just such a weird hashtag. Like, when that whole thing was going down, I was just looking at that. I was like, that's such an odd hashtag. I think it still is, Anadro. But, Forgotten Beast, Mondil, Terranyar, Shistak, that's interesting, has come a towering, scaly, 8-legged jackal. Ugh. Undulates rhythmically, and its pale chestnut scales are round and set far apart. Beware its noxious secretions. Does this layer have access to my fortress? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. Okay, we should be good. I'll be completely honest with you, Sanadro. I don't understand 90% of what you're saying because your sentences are so disjointed. So, like, I recommend, like, learning some basic English before trying to communicate. Because it's painful to read what you're trying to type. Oh, I understand what you're saying, Dong Harvey. I get you. That makes sense. All right, that's a lot of dwarves in one place and some real cruddy pathing. All right, well, on the bright side, they will be able to just walk up that way, I think. Yeah, they're just taking their own way out that they just constructed. Perfect, which means I also just gave baddies a way in. I need to block it. No, I think we should start with your communication because you're in my chat, so I don't really care how you say your name. But what I do care about is like coherent communication with me, and your communication is so incoherent it's difficult for me to communicate with you. So I will continue saying your name the way that I've been saying it until you begin to speak coherently. Like, we have a pretty simple rule in this chat, and it's just act like an adult and be treated like an adult. Right now, you're acting like somebody who hasn't finished grade school yet, and unfortunately, because I say bad words on this stream, like penis and fuck, I may have to time you out if you keep acting like a child. Which is all you've done since you got here, so. Taught he thoughts? Taught he thoughts. Taught he thoughts indeed. You heard two of your favorite words? Well, hello, other adult. How are you? What's up, Papa Lurk? Taught he thoughts a party tot. Seems like someone's typing from a mobile device. Dude, I type from a mobile device and my thoughts are more coherent than that. Yes, Lorenz. Don't fight. I'm not trying to fight. I'm just amusing myself with somebody that I'm having trouble, like, comprehending. Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and after that, no promises. Yeah, but you write coherently, so that's fine. Which is, like, ironic, because often I don't speak coherently. My God. I, like, can't get over how long it's taking for this thing to fill. Whoa! Also, hi, Allie. A thing. We're staring at dwarves as they refuse to work properly. But dwarves do that. Czar Nicholas, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. Work on your grammar, and then I can actually comprehend what you're writing. Like, I got nothing against you. I just find half of your sentences unreadable. How's it going here? Well, it's been a long day. It's been an exciting day in the world of Dwarf Fort. This is a very old game that's been around and in active development for 20 years. And we got a release date for the not free version, which is exciting when it's the majority of, like, the content that you create. What Papa Lurk said. So, yeah, today's been exciting. Today's been exciting. So there's just, like, a whole bunch of really old nerds that have been playing this game for way too long that are sitting here going, oh my God! And then a bunch of other people going, oh God, I have to use the new UI. And then everybody else is going, yay, a new UI. And then some people are going, mouse support, yay. And then I'm going, oh God, mouse support? I have to play games without my keyboard? And then, but I already have a mouse. It's right there. Why would I need another one? So that's basically how today's been. Which is ironic because it's a rat. So long story short, I ordered this like 2 years ago on Amazon as like a visual gag for the stream. And it looked like a mouse on the Amazon page. I think they sent me the wrong one. Like, I went back and looked at it, and it definitely didn't look like a rat. But I guess technically, like, you know, what was it? Mad Catz made a cyborg rat. So it's clearly just a Mad Catz brand rat mouse plushie. Send them a message and get a free mouse? Nah, it's effort. Stress-induced insomnia is getting really bad. I had that last night because I knew the release date for this game the day before. I, like, basically didn't sleep last night. Was like, went to bed at 12:30? I think I fell asleep at like 4:30, something like that. At least it's only this night. Oh, that's good. You know, you're like the fourth person who's just like, I had a piece of code break and now I can't sleep. I did go to sleep and I did get up early. I just didn't fall asleep as quickly as I wanted to. Where am I from? Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. You know, it's funny. I used to always just say Vancouver, but it kind of got to a point where it's just like, Surrey's bigger. So there's like more possible places I could be in Surrey. And also nobody fucking knows where Surrey is, so they stop asking generally. The actual, like, okay, the population of Vancouver is like 400,000. North Van's like 200,000. Surrey's like 2.1 million and counting and rising. Also, it's like 4 times the landmass of Burnaby and Vancouver put together. Like, it's significantly bigger. Because it goes all the way down to White Rock and then all the way over into Abbotsford and then all the way into Delta in, like, all directions. Well, it's just because it's all the big buildings in downtown Vancouver, right? But, like, also the line where Burnaby starts and, like, if you took Vancouver and Burnaby and smashed them together into one city, then, and also maybe add Pitt Meadows and Coquitlam and Port Moody all into one city, then yeah, it would be bigger. And you can drive through all, like, 4 of those and not realize that the city ends. and you drove through 4 cities, you actually just, it feels like you drove through one. So everybody just kind of lumps them all together in their brain. Like, if you were to just tell me, like, where does Vancouver stop and Burnaby start, I probably couldn't tell you. Around Playland, I think. Like, I don't know. The problem is, it's just like, it's actually just like 8 cities and just a clusterfucking tiny zone that just are all there for some reason. Fuck, how do I want to do? Let's knock that down. That down. Edmonton has a shit ton of smaller cities in it. Yeah, and I've only ever been in the center of Edmonton. I hate Edmonton. I'm trying to avoid going there whenever possible. The only times I've actually had to go to Edmonton the past few years has been for concerts. Although, ironically, we were talking about flying and, like, distance here. Because Stone was talking about somebody moving, what was it, 110 miles away, which is really far away. Really far away. And it's just like, then I think about European distances and then, like, Canadian distances, and it's like, ha! Distance. All right, well, this is going to take me 10 years to build. I think the game will be out by the time I'm done building this. But fortunately, I have, like, infinite resources, so that part's good. Lead masonry demonstration, hey? Why is there a dead reindeer? Dead reindeer? That's a dead reindeer. Why is there a dead reindeer in the middle of that room? You should get rid of that, guys. I really need to get better at, like, managing the livestock in this fortress. I was building a library there, wasn't I? Probably work on that. Bookcase. Needs book. Did I not queue up bookcases? I'd swear I did. I guess not. Glass, book, book, case. There you go. 70? 60, fine. And then let's pop that up to the top. That's 3 towns over. That's I mean, through Abbotsford, through yeah, I guess that's about 3. Yeah, you're doing research in the UK, and your friend who lives there was like, you can do a few days to Scotland, and my response was, I could drive to Scotland and back in the same day from London, and it's the same distance from my... The issue there, though, would be, like, density of traffic, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to drive through a lot of smaller cities. One of my favorite, like, European moments was I used to know somebody through Twitch years ago who turned out to be a huge douche, and I haven't spoken with him in years. Who lived in London, and Hobo actually probably remembers this guy, a certain Mike. Anyway, lived in London, and before he developed this weird lung problem where he just started puking up blood whenever he'd get on a plane, he, due to smoking too many cigarettes. Anyway, he lived in Prague for a number of years, because he convinced his boss that, hey, why don't you just let me live in Prague and I will work 4 days a week, 12 hours a day, and fly to and from work. So he took commuter jets to and from work. And instead of living in, like, a tiny-ass apartment in downtown London and, like, dealing with traffic and an hour commute getting from one end of London to the other end of London for work, he walked from his penthouse suite into the private commuter airport in Prague, got on a jet, flew to London, and then walked from the airport to his office in 40 minutes. It's really smart until I think about the carbon footprint, and then my brain just starts to melt a little bit. You'll never see him again for the most part. I mean, although, to be completely fair, I had a great aunt who lived in Chilliwack for years, and I think I saw her maybe once in 10 years, so also... Although, not like I really knew her all that well. All right, how goes those bookcases? Have we started those yet? Nope, not yet, but at least the job's been queued up. Some idiot's working on them, probably. Let's go queue up more blocks. Hey, okay. Other things, not so much. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I try and avoid flying as much as possible. Like, I always either bus or train when I go down to Seattle and whatnot, because it's just like, yeah, I could fly, but I just feel bad. Although, then again, occasionally it gives you the opportunity to laugh at wealthy people when, like, was it Kim Kardashian that wasn't able to attend a birthday party because her flight couldn't land because there was too much air traffic? It's like, what? Did you not, like, check? Wonder if somebody got fired for that one. Rich people problems? They don't got no problems. They just got drama, which makes them money. Dropping down more blocks. Self-made problems? Yeah, pretty much. They need more problems. Higher taxes, for one thing. All right. Do that. Generally, the only thing that can topple somebody with that much money is their own stupidity. You know, I'm like just starting to realize how long today's actually been. Like, I started early today, too. Jesus. Sometimes I surprise myself with how long I stream. Also, that thread that I posted this morning, it hit 5,000 upvotes. I'm really, 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 really glad that I muted that thread. Like, yeah, I'm really glad that I muted that thread. It was like 10 minutes after I posted, I was like, I need to mute this. Well, Dwarf Fortress has got 130,000 views on the trailer, so that's good. Time to cash in those Reddit points. So the sweet, sweet karma of bragging rights and nothing of actual value. Yeah. I have almost 15,000 karma on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, which is fun. I wonder if they're going to add me to the /r all. Weird. Has anybody here ever front paged on Reddit and then been added to the /r all, like, group chat, which is just full of a lot of people going, how the fuck did I get here and what is this? Night, Darren. Where's the countdown timer? The Diamond's running it. There's the countdown timer. Diamond's running it. And it has, I think it's 24/7 drinking industry plan. So, you know, only 4 weeks, 6 days, 10 hours, 29 minutes, and 33 seconds. We're trying to, like, figure out, how we can get him to run it 24/7 for the next 4 weeks. Aqua was saying that they were going to fiddle with their server and try and get something running. But we'll see. All right. Another green glass block. Was significantly before that existed, really? I reposted a couple memes when I was an immature twit on the internet that got pretty heavily upvoted. But this is my highest upvoted post, at least in recent memory. How was work today, Pilot? You surviving? You still at work? No. Technically, I am too. It makes two of us. Although I wouldn't put a sad face next to my job. Oh. Although I can relate to the sad face of still being at work. I got through many months and years of night shift listening to Twitch. You work from home? Yeah, well, so do I. You know, it's actually kind of funny because, like, I was talking with one of my neighbors a couple of weeks ago who does outsourcing work at Microsoft. And he was asking me, he's like, so how long have you worked from home? Because I'm very cagey when I'm talking to people in public about, like, what I do. I generally just say, like, I work in, like, influencer marketing, and I don't really elaborate more than that. And usually people leave me alone at that point. But this guy was being kind of pushy. He's like, so how long have you worked from home? And I was like, just like sat there and stared at the ceiling for a second. I was like, more or less 6 years. And he's just like, oh, how do you handle it? I'm like, well, I kind of don't. It's like I'm just slowly becoming a stranger version of myself. Slowly becoming more and more insular. Forgetting how to socialize. All the fun stuff. You need sleep? You should go sleep then. Catch when can. I'll be on tomorrow. You know where to find me. Generally. A super stressful 2 months between Christmas season and work and incoming tests? Like work-related tests or flying-related tests? Yeah, that's fair. I'm one of those weirdos where if I don't socialize for extended periods of time, I just get exceptionally depressed. So generally what I do is I just put on headphones and sit in a public space and people watch. Even if I don't actually have places to socialize with or people to hang out with, I just go hang out in public spaces. Usually outside. I used to be one of those people who never needed to socialize, but that's because I lived with a person. That doesn't happen anymore, so. Happy reveal day. Yay! Today will go down in Dwarfy history of the day that we all learned that, oh my god, it's actually fucking coming out! You know? Very important day in Dwarfy history. Why'd you run off of the block? What the fuck? The hell? Yeah, like when I lived with my ex, socializing wasn't an issue. Like, yeah, I could just stay home and work all day every day. Living alone and working from home is pretty tough, though. Been a long 3 years. I keep reaching for water that I don't have here, and I ran out of water in my mug. Also, it's been like 2 hours. I'm putting it back up if no. Might turn into Gollum if I'm alone too long? No, I don't smoke anywhere near enough weed to do that. Also, I'm pretty sure I'd have to have like a constant throat infection to be able to do the which I don't have, so that's fortunate. I'd also need a ring of power. Or something to refer to as a precious, and honestly, the closest thing I have to that on my desk is a rubber duck with a king hat or a loony. So, you know, basically between these, that's all I got. I don't think either of those give me godlike powers or the ability to go invisible. I already have that power, though, so I don't need another. Duck? Yeah, unfortunately. Or duck. Baby duck. Original duck. It's the OG. Sometimes I entertain myself too much. Okay, you go there. What about the mouse? What about it? Oh, that's the wrong button. What about it? Still a mouse. Still there. Hasn't moved. That's not true. It just did because I picked it up and dropped it. But won't move again, hopefully. Why are we shooting my records? What do my records do to you, Polis? Dedicated mouse cam. Actually, it's dedicated shit cam, and it's on a handle, so I can pick it up, wave, point over there. I don't know. Show off my Lego kits. Guitar that I don't play because my fingers hurt too much. My shitty wiring job. Anyway. It's shit cam. Everybody needs a shit cam. It's just the... Actually, really what it is I refuse to throw shit out, so... At least when it comes to tech shit that I could use. Anything else is, like, fair game. I'll get rid of, no question. But, like, if it's, like, a webcam and it still works, it's like... Man, well, I used to use that for my face, so, like, why don't I just put it on the desk and, like, I don't know, hotkey it onto something and figure out something to do with it? That seems useful. Potentially. All right, there we go. Like that. That fell off right as you bumped your... Oh, what? The duck fell off my mic? Technically, I blew it off with air, but... You know, that reminds me of an article that I saw at the very beginning of 2020, which I had to, like, triple check wasn't, like, a repost of an Onion article, and it wasn't. And it was some lady on her blog asking if it was possible for her kids to catch COVID-19 through the internet. And it just made me really sad. That was all it was. It just made me really sad, and that's kind of the end of the story. It's like, oh man, some people are actually that dumb, eh? Her logic was they were talking into a microphone, and it's like, what? Not how audio equipment works. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of how I felt when I read it. Yeah, you know, yes, actually, Raticide. It really has, like, highlighted human stupidity and Darwinism in a way that's, like, higher than I can really comprehend, to be honest. Although, for me, like, the peak of human stupidity started off with the great fire caused by the gender reveal party. That, to me, was, like, the beginning of peak human stupidity, and it's been all downhill from there. It's like, oh, wow, you burnt down a forest because, like, fireworks in a forest, you genius. And for me, it's just been all downhill since then. It's fine, though. Life goes on. You get by. Learn to walk around the annoying people and move on with your day. And generally, the people that are left over are generally fine. See a crazy person in the street, walk past them. They're just having a bad day. Eventually, they'll figure it out, and hopefully it works out for the better. And they get help. Unfortunately, I think there's a lot of people on the internet that, like, are too dense for that. And it gives some really annoying people a platform. Weird reason to have a party. Oh, you mean like gender? I mean, it gets kind of obvious. You don't really need to tell anybody at a point. I think, like, it's totally acceptable to have a party. I think setting off fireworks in a forest, not acceptable. But yeah, fucking party if you have kids. Why not? It's fine. I mean, you're not gonna sleep for months, so might as well get your partying out early. Like, it's not the concept of the party itself that bothers me. It's just how they went about doing it. You know, burning a forest down. Didn't they go to prison? I never actually did follow up what happened with that whole thing. They set off fireworks in the forest in a no fireworks zone. But whatever, old news. All over. Green glass. Let's keep going. Let's make this pyramid. It'll be done one year. This one or the next? Maybe we'll get invaded by goblins again, and I can actually give this thing a full test run. Speaking of, we should check how those levers are coming along. Still working. Still working. Good stuff. Good stuff. There you go. This is looking pretty good already. I've only just started. That seems a bit redundant, Lamond. Do I ever listen to Necrogoblicon? I mean, I've listened to Necrogoblicon. They're one of those bands where, like, a new Necrogoblicon album comes out. I watch the music video and then forget they exist again. I've seen them live once, and I think I would rather just see Necrogoblicon live versus... Winter's arrived on the calendar. Versus listening to them. They're not the kind of band that I actively listen to. Now, Gnome, on the other hand, Gnome I could listen to all day, every day for the rest of my life and be quite happy. Kind of a gimmick band, but I actually like their music. But no, Necrogoblicon is hilarious. But so Necrogoblicon, I'm jealous actually. I'd love to see them again. They're a fun show. Gnome is fantastic, and the last backpacking trip I went on, we just had Vence's class, like, not playing actively, but we just kept, like, humming those lyrics. Because there's something about just, like, shouting real loudly in the forest, and we'll kill them all and say that we're alive. There's something about that that's just, it's pretty good. They open for Gwar. Yep. Yeah, I remember. That's a very fitting opener for Gwar. Much better than Animals as Leaders, which is the last time I saw Gwar. Animals as Leaders opening for Gwar is like the most... Like, you've already peaked kind of concert. It's so weird. It's like, well, all downhill from here. Anyway, game saved. Moving on. Yeah, I saw it, like, well, it was a festival in Edmonton. It was the last time I went to Edmonton, which was in August 2019? Pre-pandemic era, and the opening day was Light the Torch. I think it was Light the Torch, Animals as Leaders. And Light the Torch, for those of you who don't know, is quite literally... Oh, why am I blanking on the name of that band? I shouldn't be blanking on the name of that band. I listened to them so much when I was growing up. Shit, what the fuck's the name of that band? It'll come to me eventually. Anyway, I saw Light the Torch, Animals as Leaders, Gwar, Slayer, Disturbed. That was a weird day, but good sets. Like, they all played really well. It was just weird because, like, going from Animals as Leaders, Gwar, Slayer, Disturbed was just really strange. Like, it was such an odd set, but, like, great show. And then day two was... two bands I don't remember the names of because we missed them, because we just didn't go, because we listened to them and we're like, ah, this isn't for us. Then Headstones, The Cult, who was supposed to be Rob Zombie, but he was sick, so he canceled kind of at last minute. And then Marilyn Manson. You expect dial-up modem noises to start playing? That's fair. Hold on, let me go look up Light the Torch now, because, like, this is going to bother me. Light the Torch is like they're a super group of like... Ah, fuck! Oh, that's random. I didn't know that. Huh. Apparently most of the people that were in the band weren't in the band after. Killswitch Engage. That's the band I was thinking. Yeah, it's a bunch of former members of Killswitch Engage. I was just blanking on the name of Killswitch. I was like, I know this band. I, like, listened to them obsessively when I was a small child. Oh, nope, that's Date Palm Wood. I want glass. Nope, that's a throne. True story, like, modem sounds do give me the warm and fuzzies. They make me all weird and nostalgic. Like, oh my god. Oh wow, some of the bridges actually burned down. That's kind of wild. All right, let's plop another block right there. Keep kind of going around the edge. You know something that I've considered doing, Semtaxicon? I know that you told me to call you Sem, but here I'm not. I've thought about setting up a soundboard, not for streams that I do, but for streams that I'm watching. So I could just like have a laugh track that I could just like hit and shit, and just make jokes with myself, because that's kind of the sense of humor I have. Or like if I put a funny quip into chat, then I can be like, ha, there's my own laugh track. Fuck you all, even if you don't think I'm funny. Squeak! Yes. A very blind thing to do. Yep, that's a very me thing to do. So, looks like the next time I'm going to have Bay 12 on to talk about dwarfs on the stream is going to be my 9-year streaming anniversary, which is November 17th. We just did like the 4 years of being a Twitch partner. So we're gonna need to think of something fun to do. I have no idea what. I gotta think of something. Dial-up modem handshake sound spectrogram on video on YouTube is pretty nice. Yeah, that sounds like a video that would be pretty good. Although I wonder if it's anything like Ambulance Siren 3, which is a sound effect that's in Grand Theft Auto, a couple other games, and also Project Zomboid, apparently, which gives you content ID strikes on YouTube and sometimes copyright claims on Twitch, which is weird as fuck. There's somebody who just like recorded that particular ambulance noise and just goes around, like, copyright scamming people. You prefer Ambulance Siren number 8, but number 4, though. Like, how can you possibly skip number 4? Oh, hey, I have offensive comments that I can look at. Oh, pfft. You know, I'm getting real tired of these. Don't actually go to this URL. Well, actually, here, you know what? I will just blurt out the username so you guys can't go to the URL. I get, like, 50 of these a day. I want actually offensive, like, comments in my offensive comments section. None of this, like, yo, like, go to the website and my username to, like, talk to fake people. Delete, please. Content may be offensive. Like, when I open that window on YouTube, I expect to have at least 3 death threats. Otherwise, why does it even exist? It should just be a spam filter that just auto-deletes that shit. Remember the days of someone picking up the line and trying to make a call when you were downloading something and disconnecting you from the internet? My mom fucking did that to me while I was PvPing in RuneScape in, like, 2007. No, it would have been 2006. Because we had high speed by the second half of 2007. So it would have been 2006 when we were, like, when we just got internet. My mom did that to me once and I died. I lost a bunch of armor. It was sad. Have to hang up the call to use the internet? Generally, we were pretty good at scheduling, like, phone calls around stuff, so I never really ran into that issue. The thing that boggles my mind about that era more than anything, though, is I used to remember, like, 20 phone numbers. I used to remember so many phone numbers, and now it's like, I don't even know what my mom's phone number is. It's like, I legit just don't know any. I know people's handles on, like, Twitter, and, like, I remember the number, like, at the end of somebody's Discord name if I need to re-add them, but, like, I don't know a single phone number anymore. You don't even know your own phone number? Okay, I know my own phone number because the reason I know my own phone number is I have to go into the pharmacy every other week to pick up my meds, and they always ask you, first name, last name, what's your phone number? So, like, it's like a form of verification to get your meds at the pharmacy, so. It's easier than asking for photo ID, so. You always have to look it up when you need it. Wow. Yeah, no, I have to punch in my phone number, like, frequently. I couldn't imagine forgetting my own phone number. You're a sweet 6-digit? I remember a lot of people's, like, MSN Instant Messenger names. Never had an ICQ, though. ICQ, you seek me. Have a different friend call his house, make him disconnect as his mom picked up the phone. I never had friends like that, fortunately. The secret was I had barely any friends growing up and generally just kind of got bullied. Which is what created my strange as fuck personality. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I think I got more followers today than I got most of last month. Knows how fun today's been. There's been a lot of really quiet follows over the past few hours. I'm assuming most of them are just popping in from the YouTube channel and leaving, but. I guess that's what like 20,000 views in less than 12 hours does to you. Well, actually slightly more than 12 hours. 14 hours now. You know your own phone number mostly because you lose your cell phone on the regular and have to call it using a landline? You have a landline? Wow, that's some belongs in a museum technology. You know, I've lived in an apartment that I've paid for since the end of 2012. And I've never once had a landline. Like, in my entire time living away from my parents, I've never had a landline. Your cell signal at home sucks? Ah, fair. Yeah, if you live somewhere random, yeah, that makes sense. 269 alcohols. Excellent. Dwarfs are good and boozed up. Is Wi-Fi calling on your cell phone? Oh yeah, I guess you could. You know, I always forget that that's a feature. I always forget that that's a thing that you can do. I remember growing up, there was this one family that lived close-ish to where we lived, and they had like an internet phone. And it was this really strange concept, and we were all fascinated, but it's like, wait, they don't have a telephone in their house? It's like, no, they only have internet phones now. And it just looked like a normal-ass landline, except it used a Google Home number. It was like the weirdest like new tech thing that I'd ever encountered. Okay, so I'm going to have to like possibly seal off this entrance here, because the enemies currently have a direct line into my fortress if things go bad. So I might actually just... I don't know how to do this safely. We're all just like so excited about like everybody like who wants to play like new Dwarf Fortress is just like stupidly excited about various features, and then we're all just like, we can build on floors. Holy fuck, we can build on floors. Ah! Good lord, I can build on fucking floors. Ah! So many hours wasted building over top of bullshit. Build on fucking floors. The world has changed. There is a god, or at least there is like logical game design. Hi, Zalser. What's up? It is such a big deal when you play a lot of this game and build big projects, yes. It is a humongous deal, but it's also just like fucking hilarious that that's the thing that we're all so excited about. In the next version, when Premium launches, we will be able to build on floors. They will automatically deconstruct the floor and build the thing that you're building there in place of it. So you'll get the material back and you'll get the object in place of it, which means, so imagine you have a wall here, right? Just kind of sticking out like this, right? Now imagine you these are all floors, right? Actually, let's just say you build floors, right? I'm not actually gonna build these, so let's just say Daypalm Woods. And then you tell them to build a wall right there. Does this collapse? That's what I wanna know. That's the science I need to know. Will that collapse? That's like one of the first things I've got. It's like, if I could deconstruct the end piece, are they fast enough to keep it from collapsing, or is there actually like a time tick in the middle there that will cause that flooring to collapse? Also, welcome to stream, Pinky. Hi, what's up? But like, my God, it's a game changer. Ah! Yeah, I'm so excited. Although Tarn was saying that he wants to get it good enough so that he can have a feature where you could theoretically words, please, brain. Where you could use the material that built the floor to build the wall, so you could just like convert materials into walls, but he says he's not there yet. And so he's like, I probably won't be there for long. But that was back at PAX, so who the fuck knows? What a time it be, what a time it be indeed. You know, watching my vids? Well, cheers, Ming. Yeah, I mean, I've been making them for a while. It feels like I've been doing it for like 5 years, but... You know, I looked at the playlist earlier today. It's like I made 123 of those videos. Over like, I guess about 2 years? I need to look when I uploaded the first one, but... Well, from the release trailer was a room of statues that they had not smoothed the floor underneath. Yeah, you mentioned that. I saw that on Discord. Bag of holding. Or somebody mentioned it on Discord. It might have been you. It was like in the Kid Fox Discord. It was like a super duper zoomed in screenshot of the like the edge around the statue. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. But yeah, no, it's wild to me that we'll actually be able to notice that and notice our faults. I'll bet you like doors with unsmooth floors under them will be even more noticeable now. Let's see how those mechanism connections are doing. Going steady. We can build on floors. I mean, you know I'm gonna do floor science. I'm gonna see if I can deconstruct a floor and not drop it off a cliff. That's gonna be one of the first things I do. I want to know if they fall, because I see that as a way of triggering traps, but you know. Although I think the one thing that I'm more excited about than, oh my fucking God, we can build on floors, is how do I word this? The one thing that I'm more excited about than, oh my fucking God, we can build on floors now, is like 2-click minecart routes. Just being able to click and then click. Like, you know, I like ASCII. I like the way the game looks in vanilla. I like the jank of the weird fucking controls that this game has, because it's like this weird Stockholm syndrome of like, it's always been this way and I want it to always be this way. But god damn, I can't fucking wait to just be able to be like, boop, boop, done. You know, like it's dink, ink, and they build it. I can't wait. I can't wait. And of course, like, you know, it's easy to have mixed feelings about things like, you know, UI, and it's easy to have mixed feelings about hotkeys changing and all that shit, but it's like, my god. Because they're such a pain. Yeah, no, and I agree. Like, minecarts are a pain. They are painful to use. Like, yeah, you can do a lot with them, and you can do a lot of really cool shit, as people like Cupo demonstrate valiantly with massive displays of violence, firing massive globs of magma across the screen. But it's like, I don't want to spend an hour building that fucking tower. I'm good. Instead, I spend 5 days building towers of pump stacks, which, you know, it's like, minecarts are death. I had a minecart with 41 kills once. Hotkeys changing? Yeah, well, they have to incorporate WASD. Someone hasn't been paying that much attention. They have to incorporate WASD. WASD move camera now. So, like, D can't be designations and D can't be mining, because that will move the camera that way twice, right? So, because they have to incorporate WASD, and they wanted to get rid of things like UMKH and all the other, like, nonsensically crazy hotkey combos in this game. This will break your brain? Nah, it'll be fine. You're an adult. You can figure it out. You're a big kid. I'm sure you'll be fine. As will I. As will everybody. We'll all be fine. It's just a video game, and we can figure out how to play it. You're too old for this stuff. Well then, get with the Zoomers, old man. Go watch some TikTok and pretend you're a child. And then we can all do just fine. Although, there is Dwarf Fortress on TikTok, thanks to Alexandra and Kit Fox. You tried that once? It was unique? I don't mind TikTok. I don't need another social media. I have too much already. Although, I've been testing so many random-ass social media platforms recently. Just because, like, not because I necessarily care about actually leaving Twitter. I think Twitter's been a trash fire for years. But I'm kind of worried that Twitter might actually just go bankrupt with the way people are responding to Elon. So I'm just kind of looking at where other people are going, and it's like, all right, I've got a co-host account. I already have a Mastodon account, so that's fine. Got Mastodon, got co-host, okay. Looking around, it's like, what else? What else can I, where else can I make an account that might end up being the new, like, hotspot for game dev and streamers? Because I don't fucking know. It could be anywhere. And it's just a matter of kind of keeping a track of that. Realistically, though, to take one out of this script of somebody I know through this site, exclamation point tile site, and you'll get a link. Absolute despair. Named AKA Mike B. He stated that he's like, do streamers really need Twitter? Like, truthfully, like, we end up on so many fucking mailing lists. Like, you just use email, and like, I can communicate with you guys through YouTube socials, YouTube videos, Discord, like Twitch to a degree. Like, I have fucking blog posts. Like, YouTube just has a blog built into it. And my YouTube channel is rapidly surpassing my Twitch channel in its, like, audience base. It's like, wait, do I really need Twitter? Yeah, literally just click that link and it'll auto-download. A little bit of backstory, though. This tile set was made by Krug Smash, so don't give me credit for it. I just paid my artist to modify it. Surprised I'm still streaming. Did some work. Well, welcome back. Yeah, I mean, I've been on for 12 hours and 19 minutes. I still have to edit a video. Right, well, not too much of it. That video's not too. That'll take me like probably 40 minutes to record, 40 minutes to an hour and a half to record. Less than another hour of editing. I'll get it done by Friday. Yay! One of my stray elephants has given birth to calves. How adorable. Is this... Upper body bears the marks of old wounds. Poor elephant. 2 babies, looks like. 2 baby elephants. Also, Absolute Despair. Your name reminds me of a doom metal band I quite like. Silence of Despair. Very, 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 very sad music, but beautifully sad. It's like the kind of music that you listen to when you can't decide if you want to sleep or just like bash your head onto the side of the wall until there's a dent in the wall. How late am I streaming? I don't know. That's a good question. How late should I stream? I mean, I'm kind of like at the point now where I can like think about winding down, but I'm kind of just trying to finish this one layer of this. I mean, we finished the 3 towers today, which is great. I just need to get the rest of these floodgates hooked up at the top, and then seal off the tops. But I mean, this chunk of the project is done, and then in the name of my mod, Stoned Hobo, we are going to cover this entire thing in a giant pyramid. So it's going to go all the way. Not the usual reference people make for your name. I mean, very few people will randomly reference metal bands with less than like 5,000 listeners on Spotify that have been around for multiple decades and have several CDs and a cult following. And I'm pretty sure they still have day jobs. Oh. What did people normally say? Oh, that's just me on Monday? Or something along those lines? Let's just mine out some of this. You like Twitter to get your science news? I use Reddit for that. Reddit's like weirdly good at aggregating news together into a like digestible format. Honestly, Reddit I think is the only social media that I use casually and professionally that I don't just despise every minute of. Like I'm kind of that kind of person at this point where if I didn't need certain social media for work, the only social media I have would be like Twitch and Reddit. Like Twitch, Reddit, and I guess YouTube if you want to consider that social media. But like if I didn't need to use social media, it's just like if I could get away for the rest of my life without using dating apps ever again, I would be so fucking happy. All right, cutting away at that. I'm not gonna like cave in shit on my head, am I? I don't think so. Pretty sure we're safe from that. Please don't crush yourselves, dwarves. That would be bad. Reference to the Danganronpa series? Interesting. I've only ever, Oh shit, desktop withdraws from society. Stoneworker. Don't make me a door! You have a good night. Best at sleep well. See you on the flip side. At this point right now, I'm actually kind of trying to decide whether or not I want to swap games or end. Like, I could do a couple runs of Cheese Runner and then throw a bucket of cheese at somebody. Sounds very strange out of context. I'm actually really, really close to making 1 billion total in Cheese Runner. I need less than 100 million. It's like 91 million or something left to have trafficked over 1 billion in cheese profits in the illicit underground cheese selling markets. There's some things that like I can't even say in a joking matter without like making myself crack up. Like I can't say that straight faced. But yeah, I mean we'll be playing more of this fort tomorrow. Same time, same channel, you know. Chat, how do you guys feel about running some cheese? And then I can dump you guys either on a Dwarf stream or somebody else.
Cheese for everyone!
Cheese profits go up? All right. Well, this has been a fun day of fricking around with mega projects and building Long Death. I mean, it's starting to look finished-ish. The dwarves are working hard. Do you still need that bloody... Oh, really? I just got it on random one day. I think you saw me get it. But I'll reread the lore, because there's definitely a bunch of people who haven't seen Cheese Runner before. But for those of you who don't know about Cheese Runner, it's like a... It's like Mob Wars for your Texas Instruments calculator. But cyberpunk and it's cheese instead of drugs. Or drug wars, rather, not Mob Wars. Bark at the cops who steal your cheese? Yeah, no, damn right, sir. Damn right. Damn right, shout at the cops. Defund the police with bullets! I mean, what? Alright, so, let's say goodnight to Dwarfs. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fort, unfortunately there are no streams live of Dwarf Fortress except for me, with the exception of Diamond Destruct's 4-week countdown. Bless that dude. So I don't have anybody to recommend. But what I can say is if you want to watch more Dwarf Fortress than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime, I have a huge fucking playlist of Dwarf Fortress stuff of various flavors and sizes. We've got, like, VODs of streams. We've got playlists of news. We got other things. But stream's not ending. We are simply swapping games. Probably for, like, 40 minutes to an hour. And then I'll probably end. So I'm going to go delete a comment on my YouTube channel so I don't debate people into thinking that I'm still streaming Dwarves, because I'm not. And you know what? I will just simply unpin the comment. I had somebody comment, like, I had somebody comment 17 minutes. It's like, bro, are you good? You've been at this 12 hours. It's like, you don't even know me. Norstat, thank you very much for the 2 Tier 1 subscriptions tossed out at random into the chat for anybody to possibly consume. Here's man. I'm gonna have so many comments to read. Speaking of people who's been doing well recently, Jesus Christ, Adam versus Everything's been doing well recently. Like, good fucking God, he's been doing well recently. Hats off to that man. He earned it. All right,